You see it? We see it.
Good morning, everybody. If you could take your seats, please. We're going to get started on our last day of the Aspen Security Forum. Please grab your coffee and have a seat. A couple of quick housekeeping before we start. We've had to change the order of some panels today because one of our speakers was diverted to Houston, Texas last night. So our next panel will be the nuclear panel, and we will have the conversation with Jim Sciutto and Toria Newland at 11:15. So adjust your expectations accordingly. Now I'm thrilled to introduce the next panel, talking about national security today, emerging challenges and opportunities. So I think this is a great way to kick off Friday after hearing all of the challenges that we are facing, to think about how General Clark from Special Ops Command, Congressman Crow from Colorado, and Senator Ernst in conversation with Courtney Kuby, who's part of NBC News, our media partner. So please join me and welcome them to the stage.
Thanks, Neve. So welcome to the final day of what's been a fascinating week filled with so many interesting conversations. And I think we have another one coming up here now, emerging threats and challenges. As I was preparing for this, I came to realize that this is a huge subject, right? So many possible challenges that exist right now and that the US is facing in the future. So we're going to try and drill down on a couple of them here. The first one that I think is probably the most immediate right now is drones, UAVs, UASs, whatever you want to call them. Everything from these small quadcopters that you can literally buy on Amazon to much more advanced systems. So I want to start there. Senator Ernst, the threat has really evolved just in the last decade on drones. How they present such a challenge, not just on a battlefield or a conflict zone, but to a civilian population at this point. So how do you see that continuing to change in the future?
Well, thank you, Courtney. And this is one of those areas that we like to try to address through the Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee of the Armed Services in the Senate. I'm the ranking member on that subcommittee. And we do see this as a growing problem because if you look at the availability of inexpensive drones, you find that the violent extremist organizations that we battle around the globe have easy access to this technology. They don't need to develop anything. All they need to do is hop on Amazon, and they can buy a $300 drone that can be used against an adversary. And so it is a real concern. But as we look to the future, we know that the Chinese, the Russians, and others are putting a lot of money into what we call swarm technology. So it's not just the one-offs that are being purchased on the internet, but now we have near-peer adversaries that are developing swarm technology where they can use 100 to 200 different drones, highly evolved drones that can attack our service members on the battlefield, perhaps disrupt a Super Bowl game, whatever it might happen to be. So we do have to focus not only on the drone technology, but then anti-drone technology. And those are the things that we need to develop through AI and so forth. But it is a big concern that we have going forward. And we see this technology, again, being used all over, whether it's perhaps Al-Shabaab that can gain that technology in Africa, or whether it's being used throughout CENTCOM. So it is something that we pay attention to, but not only pay attention to, but we're putting resources into.
Congressman Crow, I saw you nodding your head a couple of times there, both on the drone swarms and then also on ways that the U.S. is potentially working to counter this threat. Do you think the U.S. is doing enough to work to counter the threat from drones of all sizes?
Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you, Courtney, for moderating. I hope you've had enough coffee for a drone discussion at 9 a.m. Yes and no. I mean, we have, I think this recent NDAA makes some very significant investments in drone and counter-drone technology, counter-UAS. I don't think we are ever doing enough, frankly, given some of the investments by China in particular in this area. But we have some really big unanswered questions, too, that we have to have some public debate about. And that's just not the technology and the investment, but we have to have a discussion around what is the role of AI going to be. because we have discussions as a democracy, and we take into consideration the moral and ethical implications of drones in ways that some of our adversaries do not. We have to think about the role of AI. We have to think about whether or not humans will remain in the kill chain. Because some of our adversaries have decided that they will not, and that the targeting will be done much quicker and without people making those decisions. And as we look at great power competition and our engagement in Indo-PACOM and what the scenarios for engagement and some of the war planning look like, that is an essential part of the debate that remains unanswered. And then we have to look at, I think, what a lot of people have talked about is the tyranny of distance, right? Because a lot of the drones that we have right now are not capable of operating over the very long distances that we see in PACOM. And our logistics, our supply chains, our ability to communicate, our ground-based sensors aren't going to be as usable with operating and maintaining drones as they are in Europe, for example, where we have to go more towards space-based sensors and operations and communication systems, but also looking at the contested logistics component of this, how we maintain drone fleets in a contested logistics environment in Indo-PACOM.
General Clark, I read an interview you did with Joint Forces Quarterly, and you talked about some left of launch options, specifically where can the U.S. be left of launch to disrupt supply chains, transportation, and development before it's too late. Can you talk about some of the specifics of what the U.S. is doing in this area?
Yeah, just to first, again, thanks to the Aspen team for having us here today and the opportunity to be here. First, as we think about this problem, I've been in the Army for 38 years, and in my entire time in the Army, on battlefields in Iraq and Afghanistan, Syria, I never had to look up. I never had to look up because the U.S. always maintained air superiority, and our forces were protected because we had air cover. But now with everything from quadcopters that are very small up to very large unmanned area vehicles, we won't always have that luxury. And as we think about this, much of our focus, to your question, Courtney, is about the defeat of the UAS or the UAVs after they've already launched, after they've already taken off. How do we defeat them? But I think there are opportunities for our government, for our intel agencies, and our Department of Defense is how do we stop those drones before they even launch? And what are those supply chains, and what are the intel, and what are the norms of behavior for countries that are going to use these drones? But some, as we see in business, they can provide great capability. They could move patients. They could move supplies around the battlefield that would help. But what are those norms going to be in the future? And I think we have to first look at discussing norms and authorities and how people are going to use them in many ways. But I also think from a U.S. government is how are we going to prevent them? And when even discussed in this forum a couple days ago, to show the importance of them, when Russia is running out of them for Ukraine and they're going to Iran to go buy more, should cause us all a bit of concern. Because you can see how valuable that they can be in the future fight. And as Congressman Crow, the cost of entry into this, particularly for some of the small unmanned aerial systems, is very, very low. But I think for opportunities, we have a great business and industrial base who can help us with this, and I think this is something that's got to continue to go up in terms of our priority for the protection, not just of our forces that are forward today. That's the current problem, but what's going to come home to roost, and some of these technologies that could be used by our adversaries, on our near abroad or even into our homeland.
Can I mention on the cost of entry and the defense industrial base component, because that's such a huge part. You can't have this discussion without talking about procurement and acquisition reform, because we have a 20th century contracting system that's designed around large prime systems, right? We put out requests for proposal, we put out requirements, and then we have a 5 to 8 year process by which we go through that. We go through contracting litigation, and by the time we actually field the system, then it's 5 to 10 years later, and then we actually are locked into these large systems for 20, 30 years. And meanwhile, our adversaries are using COTS stuff, commercial off the shelf. They're using very inexpensive, very attritable systems, and they recognize that the technological evolution of any system is 18 to 24 months, as opposed to 10 to 15 years, like it used to be, right? So we need radical reform on our contracting systems to actually keep pace with that vastly condensed technological cycle, and do things that are cheaper, more attritable, and more replaceable.
And you're talking about both in the drone technology and in the counter drone technology, right?
Right.
Correct.
And what we have to do is, as well, because I agree, interoperability will be very important as well. We have to recognize that we have many allies and partners as we look to the Middle East, and with the threat that Iran poses. Not only are we looking at missile defense, but now because of the drone threat, it's air defense in a way that we haven't had to think of before. So we actually do have a bicameral, bipartisan act that would allow our Secretary of Defense to work with a number of allies and partners in coming up with interoperability systems that are tied together as far as air and missile defense throughout the Middle East. And again, directed at protecting against the threat that Iran poses.
General Clark, another big emerging threat or challenge is ChemBio. I mean, we've seen just even recently in the last couple of years how something like COVID can have this profound effect on the entire world. It's still having an effect even on us here, right? SOCOM is the coordinating authority for ChemBio. And there's this vast array of possible weapons. That's the thing that's so fascinating about both the drones and about the ChemBio is you have everything from these very crude agents that we've seen in Syria and Iraq, right? Sarin, mustard gas, to really sophisticated ones that state actors like Russia have used against political opponents. Where do you see the current threat from ChemBio, and what is the US doing to potentially combat this when, just like, again, like the drones, it's such a vast array of danger, of challenge?
Yeah, Courtney, I'm glad you brought this up. As you know, the department has charged SOCOM to look at this threat and to look at the actors that are proliferating this. And you raised one in the manner it was used, with both chlorine and mustard gases were used in 2014, 15, 16, mainly experimental, but it was used by ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And through some lethal activities, took some of the purveyors that had used those weapon systems off the battlefield. But that just should prove to all of us that it's pretty simple to do it. And the fact that someone in the basement in Mosul with a few lab sets can do this. And I think it's something that we, as a nation, need to continue to push on the norms on this, but then also to continue to look at what those threats are and continue to combat them, because we have both non-state actors, like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda, who continue to look at those as a use, because they instill fear. They instill fear and are basically a terrorist weapon system. So we have to ensure that we can protect our own forces that are in the proximity, which we're developing new capabilities to do that. But we also have to be aware that they can use them. But then I think from a state perspective, when, as you just mentioned, Russia is willing to use those against political opponents, they're willing to use them on their own soil, but then to go in on the soil of a NATO ally, the UK, and use those, again, low-cost barrier into this arena. And as we go into the future, we have to be prepared for that eventuality. And I don't think we talk about it as much as we should and look for methods to continue to combat it.
Yeah, so to be clear, I think one of the things we're talking about here is that there are now weapons under development and developed that are designed to target specific people. Right, that's what this is, where you can actually take someone's DNA, take their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person or take them off the battlefield or make them inoperable. So you can't have a discussion about this without talking about privacy and commercial data and the protection of commercial data, because expectations of privacy have degraded over the last 20 years. Young folks actually have very little expectation of privacy. That's what the polling and the data show. And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send it into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company and can be sold off with very little intellectual property protection or privacy protection. And we don't have legal and regulatory regimes to deal with that. So we have to have an open and public discussion, and this is going to have to be a political discussion about what does the protection of healthcare information, DNA information, and your data look like, because that data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems.
And I'll add on as well, when we look on a broader level, who else needs to engage in this? Well, it can be USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture. So not necessarily those specific human targets with a particular type of weaponized biological weapon, but also if we look at food security. And what can our adversaries do with biological weapons that are directed at our animal agriculture, at our agricultural sector? Hoof and mouth disease, highly pathogenic avian influenza, African swine fever. All of these things have circulated around the globe, but if targeted by an adversary, we know that it brings about food insecurity. Food insecurity drives a lot of other insecurities around the globe. So a few years ago, I had a big fight in the NDAA where we were talking about putting in protections for our food sources here in the United States. But once you paint food security as a national security, it got included. So, there's a number of ways we can look at biological weapons and the need to make sure not only are we securing human beings, but then also the food that will sustain us.
Yeah, food, there was a fascinating panel here yesterday that dealt with that, the food insecurity. And we're seeing that really play out right now in Ukraine with this, with grain, getting the grain out and how it's causing such a ripple effect really around the world. So I'd like to expand on that a little bit, starting with you, Senator Ernst. How do you see a future where food will be increasingly weaponized, potentially, and is there anything that the U.S. or even the world can do to mitigate that?
Absolutely, it will continue to be weaponized. We see this large in part now. I think folks understand what's going on with Russia and how they are weaponizing food and food supply chains with Ukraine. We have, 600 million tons of food in Ukraine, grain stock, that can't move out of the country. So we are going to see food insecurity in the Middle East. We'll see it in Africa. Those are the primary areas that Ukraine exports to. But even as we try to employ our own uses here in the United States through USAID, it's been a real struggle to deliver those food supplies to those in need in Europe and other areas. Only about 18% from the 2 packages that have been authorized by Congress, only 18% of that has actually been delivered forward. It's because we get in our own way. Our bureaucracies are so large. We have so few contractors partners that are working on the movements of this food within USAID. So we have to do better, but absolutely I see in the future where we need to streamline our processes. Cargo preference is also a very big inhibitor of moving food from the United States to other areas. We have some solutions that we've proposed there, but we need action. In a prior discussion this morning, we were talking about admiring the problem, right? And we've heard that quote, and thank you so much, Steve. We like to admire the problem, but folks, at what point do we actually get into action? And that's what we've got to do. We've got to streamline the process because it all comes back to food. If we can't sustain our human population, well, for what then? So we've got to do better and deliver where needed and then solve those future problems. But we'll continue to see food weaponized, yes.
And I don't think you can have a discussion around food insecurity without talking about the impact of the climate crisis, right? Climate change and the climate crisis is both a threat magnifier. So it magnifies all of the existing threats, and it's a threat multiplier. It's creating new threats, right? We're seeing vast collapses worldwide in the amount of productive agricultural land, and that at the same time you're seeing increases in pestilence. You're seeing issues with the changes in the amount of productive crops. You're seeing population displacements, refugee flows, all of which are stabilizers politically and from a governance perspective. So having a broader discussion, and I have often said that I believe that that the climate crisis is the largest national security threat we face, and that's not meant to discount the kind of traditional threats by state and non-state actors and the technological threats. But if you look across the board as a magnifier and multiplier, the climate crisis is going to do that. So getting our arms around how that is changing our threats and how it's going to destabilize vast regions of the world, I don't think we really yet understand what we're going to be looking at in the next 10 or 15 years and what we need to be preparing for.
I wonder what you think of that, General Clark, because when you think about it the way that Congressman Crow is laying it out, you have something like a climate crisis that leads to a migration of a population, then you have a vulnerable population that could be exploited by a terror network or whatever, and that's sort of where you come in, the military. But I'm wondering if there's a place where the military comes in ahead of all of that, before you have a vulnerable population.
In Iraq, 2007, 8, 9. And when we were fighting primarily an al-Qaeda-based organization, and during that time, some people were laying IEDs, the improvised explosive devices on the road that could kill a U.S. service member. And sometimes, as we captured these individuals, they would say, "Why'd you lay?" We'd ask them, "Why'd you lay that improvised explosive device that could kill one of our folks?" Well, my family needed food. My family needed food, and they would pay me a couple $100s to do that. And anyone will do anything to feed their family. And I think as we think about climate and the impacts to that and the food security, what we're really talking about is recruitment towards ideologies and potential radicalization that we have to be aware of. And if that was specifically in a unique place, but I think as we look at the impacts today in Ukraine and what could be in places like the Sahel that are already low in the food supplies that are going to an underserved population, and what that could do to a rise of a radical group like ISIS in that region, where there are already government coups going on in places like Burkina Faso. The Russians are impacting with Wagner Group into Mali. And I think those are the things as we look at what the impact of this could be from a security situation to give radical groups a platform or a location from which to grow. And the minute that they can be in a place and establish governance and law, it gives us a platform like we've seen in the past that could actually come back and attack some of our allies, but that could also attack back in the United States. And I think we have to be cognizant of the impacts of that to our security situation. And part of that, Courtney, I think to get to your baseline question is to be ahead of that, not just from a security situation standpoint of, with U.S. military, which we are, U.S. Special Operations Forces does have people in the Sahel, but it's also from providing capabilities, providing food, making sure we have the right USAID, the right Department of State, and truthfully, civilian government and non-government organizations to assist in this ahead of time.
Do you have enough, I mean, you mentioned someplace like Burkina Faso. Do you have enough special operations forces in some of these countries to actually make a difference, to actually be there, not just to have some access, but actual influence with them?
A little bit goes a long way. It really does. And when a small special forces team that is in some of the, a place like Burkina Faso can make a huge difference because they see the actual manifestation of U.S. presence there, and they know it matters. So, yeah, could there always be more? Yes, but I'd put less of having a special forces team there as I would having a USAID team or a Department of State team out and about in the hinterlands providing capabilities.
I've yet to ever meet a general officer, any officer, who says they have enough forces anywhere. But you always have to ask, right?
Can I comment, though,
please,
on Special Operations Forces? And I know General Clark and I have had this discussion running ongoing for a couple of years, but quantity is one thing, but then what types of forces you have is another. The genesis of Special Operations Forces, and I come from the Special Operations background as well. I was a 75th Ranger Regiment Ranger before politics. And the genesis of Special Operations Forces in America started with JFK and the Green Berets, and it was supposed to be a foreign internal defense mission, right? These are our trainers. These are people that engage. They're really warrior diplomats, right? And for generations, that's what the model was. And then we have 20 years of counterterrorism, and it really became more of a direct action strike force, right? We really changed the culture and the training and the orientation of our special operators to be door kickers. So now we have an entire generation of these folks that have been aligned to do that. Now we have to reset. I think what the allies and partners engagement strategy, what we need to do going forward in the next decade is go back to that foreign internal defense mission, go back to that warrior diplomat model, still have the door kickers if we need them, but it's a cultural change, it's a training change, and it's a different type of person that we're going to have to fill in these roles to get that job done.
Like a diplomat.
It's great to have the congressman talk about our command, but I would for the audience, we're there, and what a lot of people here may not know, with special operations is in about 80 different countries today, with about 5,000 people, and the vast majority are doing exactly what Congressman Crow was describing. It's small teams, and they're in Africa, they're in Asia, they're in South America, providing that foreign internal defense and making 12 special forces individuals really look like about 300 or 400 individuals as they're working with others.
So future SOCOM MOS will be diplomat door kicker. How about that? Right? I've just created it right here. There was another fascinating panel yesterday with General Van Herk, commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, and he said that the U.S. is being attacked every single day in cyber, which isn't surprising to a lot of people here. But that, when you take a step back and think about the U.S. being attacked every single day in cyber, I mean, that's a pretty striking comment. What I'm curious is whether, to all three of you, whether you look at cyber as more of a challenge or possibly an opportunity. You mentioned the distance for Indo-PACOM. Like, for instance, if the U.S. were to get caught by surprise and China were to invade Taiwan, you may have 6,000 miles from where your equipment and troops are in some cases, but you could respond with cyber pretty quickly. So Do you see cyber as more of a threat or challenge or opportunity? Senator Ernst?
I would say it's all of the above. So yes, we are attacked regardless of agency across the United States federal government. We are hit every single day, thousands of times. We just know that to be true. And we also see that at the state and local level with a number of our businesses. You can ask any of the financial institutions about the attacks that happen to them every day. And we have engaged with those business leaders, and it goes back to a point that Jason made earlier about privacy issues. You know, it doesn't matter what sector we're looking at, like the banking institutions worry about privacy. So how much can we engage as a federal government with those private institutions that have very sensitive information? But so we have those challenges out there every single day. But because of that challenge, we are the ones that have to turn them into opportunities. So recognize that challenge. Now, what do we do in response to those challenges? But then how can we also participate? Maybe I can use that word, participate in that space as well to be disruptors of those that are attacking our own systems. So this is the challenge we have as members of Congress in finding that right and delicate balance of how much we can engage as a federal government, and at what point does a cyber attack become an act of war? And then how do we respond to that threshold? So those are all the discussions that we have, but we engage in many different ways. We've seen the advent now of Space Force, which, of course, if you think about our satellites, much of what we do on the internet, we couldn't do without those satellite technologies in place. So there's a lot of things that we do engage in at the federal government, but I would have to say there are a number of areas that we still are trying to find the right balance to address privacy issues as well as how we are protecting against those cyber threats.
I've been primarily concerned with regard to cyber on the protection of our intellectual property and our innovation. Right? We still have, over 80% of the innovation comes out of the United States, but we are a free and democratic society, so that gives us unique challenges and vulnerabilities with regard to protection of that information. We also approach defense innovation differently, right? Unlike China and others that have greater civil-military fusion, we rely substantially on an independent defense industrial base for that innovation. And I'm less worried for the large prime contractors that have the resources and the capability to secure stuff than I am our supply chain and their subcontractors and their vendors and their supply chain, because we spend tens of billions of dollars developing these innovative systems, these new technologies that we invest in, and actually by the time, there are many examples, by the time those systems actually get ready to be fielded, our adversaries have already stolen the intellectual property and have developed systems to counter them. So we need unified standards. We need to raise the fence around our entire defense industrial base. We need unified standards. We need to do a much better job of looking holistically at what our defense industrial base includes, which, by the way, includes less traditional actors than what we would normally consider historically as a defense contractor, and we need to do much better protecting it.
General, how has cyber changed your job?
As I look at, I agree with both what my esteemed colleagues up here said, but I take cyber a bit differently, or add another aspect to it, and that's how our adversaries are using cyber in the information space to get out there, to get out what I would say in many cases are false messages, impact on our democratic elections, and sowing seeds of misinformation and disinformation as a primary tool. We've had within special operations, we've had psyops forces to influence. If you go back in the 70s and 80s, before there was an information, it was over radio. And it was with leaflets and billboards. The internet and the ability to put that rapidly today is completely different and changes the game in the things we're talking about. And so I look at it primarily from an information base and what the adversary can do. And when you think about what is going on in the Ukraine today, and the food that's not getting into Africa, The message, if you look at the internet and what is happening from the African countries, it's U.S. sanctions against Russia are causing food shortages in Africa. All right? That's what you'll read in many cases on the internet. So we're being blamed for people in Africa not getting to eat, which goes to the previous conversation about food security. But we have to look at how we can combat what is on that internet and get the truth out about what is happening. And I think we have to be able to do that as a government a little bit faster than what we're doing today. So I think that there's another aspect as we look at the internet and cyber and what it can do.
We've seen a real change in the use of information as a deterrent, even just in the past few months, too. I'm wondering how effective you see that, what the U.S. has been doing, putting out, declassifying all this information about Ukraine. Do you think, is that effective as a deterrent?
Oh, I think it has been amazing. And I think it should make us look at how we do this in the future. And you could, at the beginning, many people didn't believe it because of some of the things that we had put out before. And even into a week before the invasion, as I was talking to some Ukrainian counterparts, they still didn't believe it. But I think now we have an opportunity to show that it's the intelligence and when we can declassify it. And there's some things we want to keep secret. I absolutely acknowledge that. There are things that we need to keep secret to protect our own interests. But there are things, and I think we need to look harder at when and how and on the rapid basis of which we can call out adversary misbehavior and to show our American public and our allies what some of those behaviors are and what some of those real capabilities are today.
We only have a few minutes left, and lest we send this audience out feeling completely depressed about all the threats that we've just discussed and how difficult they are to counter, I want to ask each of you, based off what we just talked about, all of these potential challenges, where's the opportunity? Are there places where you see that it's possible that the U.S. having to take on these challenges may actually open up the possibility for advancements or technology or anything on any of the potential threats? Senator?
There is always opportunity, and I am so thankful that we do live in the great United States of America, and I did hear this when I attended the NATO summit a few weeks ago, just how encouraged other countries are and how much they really value U.S. partnership. And I always get very concerned about that as I look around the globe, but I heard over and over again, we are with you. If America is willing to lead, we are with you, and we need you. So I think that is where I see the greater opportunity, and I shared with a group earlier this morning that relationships really matter. And I think our human capital is extremely important here in the United States. It's important to have presence, to be places, to engage with other leaders, to exhibit leadership that others can look to, not just in times of crisis, but in between those times of crisis, and that they know that we can be that partner of choice, that they don't have to turn to China. So I think that is the great opportunity ahead of us, is that we can really share ideas and values around the world and be that good partner for others to lean on in those times of crisis, and a collaborator in times that aren't so dire.
Yeah, I mean, being a free, open, and democratic society certainly has its challenges, right? And you look at our adversaries, and they can look long term, they can do things, or the command and control economy that we can't do. But I still believe firmly, and I don't believe I'm naive in thinking this, that the advantages of a free and open and democratic society far outweigh that. Now, one, just setting aside the moral and ethical arguments, but we have tough discussions. We are still the preferred partner around the world. People want to engage with us. because their people want to engage with us. And we did have a discussion, the three of us had a discussion earlier about the challenges of that and the aspiration of the American idea and some of the challenges we face worldwide. And I don't mean to undersell or discount those challenges because they're real, but I still firmly believe that if we can approach this with some intention, that we can do better and we can win the day. But I'm more concerned as an elected official in America in the year 2022, that when I leave here, I'll go back to my district today, about making the domestic case for international engagement. Because we do have a real challenge in doing that. The bottom line is there is isolationism and nationalism that's sweeping the world. Not just the United States, it's a worldwide phenomenon. And gone are the days where we just take for granted the ability that policymakers in DC can go and say we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and people just allow it to happen. We have to make the case. And frankly, at the end of the Cold War, we had the peace dividend in the 1990s, and then 9/11 happened, and we were distracted for 20 years fighting the global war on terror. So for the last 3 decades, we really haven't been making the case in the way that we need to for democratic engagement, global engagement, why American leadership matters. And we have to figure out what that looks like. We have to make it domestically first.
Wow. Hard to follow up on that one, but I'll go back to the African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. And our people and pulling people together our decisive advantage. And using what Senator Ernst was just talking about, when the Ukraine crisis occurred, our special operators that are in Germany pulled together, said, hey, who wants to come join this coalition? This is not NATO. We don't have a NATO construct against Ukraine, specifically for Ukraine. And within 24 hours, 17 countries came to our teams and said, we want to help. And those were relationships that were built in Afghanistan, in Iraq, over decades of door kicking with diplomats, to be able to build real credible capabilities, to share intel with the Ukrainians, to provide the Ukrainians training, even though we didn't have forces in. And that's the power of the United States and the opportunity to be able to convene, even without formal construct.
We only have a moment left, but General Clark, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege here and say that after about 40 years in uniform, you're what, about T-minus 40 days to retirement, I believe? I went into journalism, so I didn't have to do math, but I think it's about 40 days. So what I'm wondering is, I know that special operators love to talk about themselves, especially in front of a big group of people.
That's the SEALs.
Yes.
That's the SEALs.
He's not a SEAL.
So I'm wondering if there's is there a memory, is there a story, was there something that you were a part of, and I can imagine many, many interesting things you did in your time in the military that you can share here?
I put on the uniform of my country 42 years and 3 weeks ago when I entered the military. I wasn't expecting applause when I raised my hand on the plains of West Point. And truthfully, I had no intention beyond West Point, beyond my 5-year commitment to serve. But I fell in love with soldiers. And then, since then, I have fallen in love with our service members in a joint force at SOCOM. Because our men and women, those are our decisive advantage. They're committed, they're courageous, they're brave, and they do this with little fanfare. And they're willing, as they sign up for their oath, to raise that right hand, to give their lives for everyone in this room. And that's what kept me in. And I could give numerous stories of visiting hospital beds, of presiding over funerals, comforting a widow in her time of need, or a mom or a dad. But I always walked away from those comforted that they lifted me up. They said that their sons and daughters were doing what they wanted to do to serve this great country. And I would hope that all of us whether you're in business or whether you're in government. Think about that each and every day, that we have these great, brave Americans that are willing to lay down their lives for all of us. We should make sure we commit to them, but we should also be able to pull together for those domestic things that Congressman Crow was talking about. And both of our members up here served in uniform, and they understand that. But it's been the honor of my lifetime to be able to wear this uniform, and I appreciate, Courtney, that final question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That was a fabulous way to open the conference, to be reminded of all the emerging threats that we face. We're now going to talk about the most important of those emerging threats. So may I ask Emma Belcher, Rose Gottmuller, and Daphne Linzer to come up to the stage, please, if they can get through the crush. Thank you so much. And you'll see that this is a slight change in the schedule. Toria Newland from the State Department will still be with us. The poor woman has just had about 7 flight changes and is still flying in. So we're really grateful to Rose and Emma and Daphne for switching their session around for us. We are now discussing what is the ever-present existential threat of nuclear warfare. The risk of a nuclear weapon being used today is arguably the highest it's been since the Cuban Missile Crisis, due to Putin's dangerous saber-rattling and due to the fact that China is expanding its arsenal at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, Iran and North Korea continue being actors acting badly in the international system and degrading the nuclear non-proliferation regime. We have no one better to discuss these threats than former Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Rose Gottmuller, Emma Belcher, the president of the Plowshares Fund, and Daphne Linzer, who runs Politico. Thank you so much, ladies. Take it away.
Thank you, Anya. Good morning, everyone. I'm Daphne Linzer. I'm the executive editor of Politico. We just had a very emotional last end to that panel, and I know Courtney had said she didn't want to leave everyone feeling a little helpless. So you can imagine how perfect it is to segue into nuclear weapons. Especially because it's Friday, we're in this beautiful place, so this has got to be the pro move. But obviously this is serious, and it's an inflection point here. And you know, the threat of nuclear war kind of made by the Russian president altered the West's position in Ukraine. Yesterday we heard the head of MI6 posit that Iran may not accept another nuclear deal. So there's much to discuss here in reducing risk. as Anya said, Aspen has, as ever, brought us two exceptional thinkers, and I'm going to introduce them myself right now. Rose Godmuller, most recently, as Anya said, served as Deputy Secretary General of NATO until 2019. She previously served as Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security at the U.S. State Department. I first met Rose when I was covering non-proliferation at the Washington Post, and she was working on U.S.-Russia relations then and nuclear security. Emma Belcher is the new president of Plowshares Fund and has devoted her career to nuclear security, including as an advisor to the government of Australia on national security and international affairs. I'm going to leave some time for questions, but we have a lot on our plate, so we're just going to get started. Rose, I began a little bit by talking about an inflection point. Can you set the stage for us a little bit here? Because 2022 is very different than it was, let's say, in 2010 when we're talking about nuclear deterrence.
Yes, it's very true. And I can see three big things in the area of strategic nuclear weapons. The first thing that's different from 2010 is that the New START Treaty is in force and has been in force for the past 10 years. Now, that has lent us a good deal of predictability during this period of a lot of worry about the nuclear saber rattling coming out of the Kremlin. The Russians are sending us every day notifications about the status of their nuclear forces. These are routine notifications. There is no evidence that they are upping the operational readiness of their nuclear forces, and New START, along with our intelligence sources, helps us to understand that. So that's been an important innovation. The second thing that is different from 2010 is that the Russians have more or less completed their nuclear modernization now. It was still very much in train in 2010, but we've seen the emergence in recent years of these so-called exotic delivery systems, air-launched ballistic missile, the heavy Sarmat, heavy ICBM, the Sarmat isn't such an exotic system, but they put in place a number of new systems that are of concern. So we've got to watch that space very, very carefully. The third thing that is different, let me say before I go on to the third thing, is that means we now have to focus on our nuclear modernization, and we have to ensure that we carry it forward. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But the fact that the Russians have completed their modernization more or less, and we are right at the beginning of ours, we have got to keep our eye on that prize. The third point, then, is China and what has been happening with the Chinese nuclear modernization. We're all concerned about the number of ICBM silos they've been digging in the western and northern deserts of China, and we also see evidence that they're building up their numbers of warheads, still far below what the U.S. and Russia have. We each, U.S. and Russia, have over 4,000 warheads, and the Chinese are down around 500, more or less. But here again, we have to keep a sharp eye on what is going on with China, and I will also talk about that some more going forward. But that's the stage on the strategic nuclear front.
Yeah, that's so helpful. And even just hearing you talk about sort of the intelligence on where Russia is in terms of its nuclear readiness, or where we thought it was in the weeks and months ahead of the invasion of Ukraine. But Emma, talk a little bit about that, because the West's entire posture was framed around a nuclear threat from Putin. It seemed to work.
Yeah, well, when we look at what Putin has done here, how his nuclear weapons have enabled him to invade a sovereign country, which has resulted in war crimes, humanitarian crisis, and really impacted the global economy. And in a sense, he has used his nuclear weapons, even though he hasn't detonated them. He's used them as a tool to support his aggression and limit the response of the US and NATO. This really changes everything. And it's a critical point for us to think about what we need to do next. And we don't want to allow Putin to get away with nuclear blackmail. We don't want to allow him to hold the world hostage, but we're in a dilemma because of the nuclear spectre that remains there, whether the threat of use or actual use constrains our ability to respond for fear of escalation. So we're in a really challenging point, both with respect to what we do now with the current crisis with Ukraine and what we need to be doing in the future. So right now, what I think we need to do with the current crisis is we need to continue supporting Ukraine and make sure that we're not escalating to potential nuclear use. We also we need to get to a point where there is a negotiated end to the crisis that is favourable to Ukraine and doesn't reward Putin for his nuclear blackmail. And then third, we need to disincentivise copycats who might be thinking about using nuclear threats to achieve their aggression, or countries that might seek to try to acquire their own nuclear weapons to guarantee their own security, because more countries with more weapons is just a recipe for disaster. Now, this is going to be incredibly challenging because of this nuclear spectre that I was talking about that limits our options, but it's critical that we focus on this now and that we think about what we need to be doing in the long term to address the concerns that Rose has articulated about Russia's modernisation and China's modernisation and the ICBM silos that have been discovered recently, and evidence or information about them increasing their warheads.
Just a real quick comment, Emma. I agree with everything you've said, but there is a two-way deterrence street going on here, because Putin, despite the threats repeatedly made by Russian officials about attacks against NATO aid to the Ukrainians, they have not touched NATO territory in any way, shape, or form. So there's a two-way deterrence street going on here. I just wanted to make that point.
I absolutely agree. I'd actually saved that talking point for my final question, but I'll address it now because absolutely we see nuclear deterrence at work here. It's at play both with respect to the US and NATO and with respect to Putin. He hasn't, as you've said, expanded the war for fear of potential escalation and retaliation. Now, the challenge, though, is that the nuclear deterrence is at play, but it hasn't exactly kept the peace. And that's what's a real challenge here for us to grapple with going forward, because being in this situation and having it come up again and again is really untenable. I've got some thoughts that we might share later on about how we address that, but you're absolutely right to point that out.
Well, that sounds very hopeful, but I don't want to minimize the threat that was at play here, because I think we all took it very seriously. The Biden administration sure took it very seriously. And I want to ask you both, can't China just play the same card? Can Iran?
Well, absolutely. In the case of China, though they have been very circumspect historically about articulating nuclear threats, and I still see that on the second track, but one wonders now that they are beginning to build up their forces if they won't take a more muscular attitude toward articulating nuclear threats and putting that out there. But to your other point, Daphne, I would just like to say that I was talking about the strategic nuclear forces and the fact that they have not been raised in their operational readiness on the Russian side. But I think what we're all worried about is the lesser dreadful case of a single demonstration strike, perhaps over the Black Sea, or the use of a nuclear weapon, a single nuclear weapon, against a Ukrainian ground target. So I was much taken by Stanovaya's article this week, where she said Putin's in a kind of steady state at this moment. He feels like he's getting ahead. But the moment that he feels like he's stumbling and no longer getting ahead, that is the moment of danger. And I still worry about that. I am not worried about a strategic nuclear exchange between the United States and the Russian Federation. I am concerned about that dreadful but smaller case.
Yeah, Rose, I absolutely agree. And I'd say I think there's reason to think he might skip some kind of demonstration over the sea and go straight to nuclear use in Ukraine as a real demonstration of resolve, potentially saying that a strike that doesn't cause that kind of damage might not be strong enough to signal his intent. We just don't know, but it's a very worrying concern.
Yeah, we're in a tricky moment. I mean, talk a little bit about what you think can be done for nuclear arms control with Russia and China right now. Rose, why don't you start?
Yes, well, it's obviously not the moment to go back to the negotiating table with the Russians right now, and no one questions that at all. I referred a moment ago, though, to the fact that the Russians have been keeping up the pace with regard to this notifications regime under the New START treaty that's giving us a lot of predictability about 24/7 what's going on in their nuclear force structure. The first thing I think we need to do is get back to on-site inspections under New START. They were suspended because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We haven't had any on-site inspections for the last 2 years. We need to get our boots back on the ground. It's not only that we want to see what's going on in the Russian nuclear bases, but that's also a kind of mutual confidence and stability measure. Talking, the inspectors talk directly to their Russian counterparts. It develops a kind of discourse that I think not only has some effect in terms of building our confidence, but also can help to deliver a deterrence message to them from the ground up, so to say. So I think that's an early step that I would take. And if we were to get to a point, I think it'll have to be on the back of a stable ceasefire in Ukraine and the beginning of a peace process that looks to be producing results, then to begin again talking to the Russians about strategic nuclear arms control. But I would begin immediately by focusing on the framework to the follow-on for New START. I would not mess around with a big strategic stability dialogue. I'd go straight to the technical level, straight to the working level. Let's talk about what the framework will be, because the New START treaty goes out of force in February of 2027, and so we really need to be ready for that. The last thing I would say is on the China-Russia front. Nobody noticed it much, but when Putin and Xi got together on February 4th in the front of the Beijing Winter Olympics, remember that? It seems like 10 years ago, or maybe 100 years ago. But they put out this long 6,000-word statement. And in it, the one thing they said about nuclear arms control was related to new constraints on intermediate-range ground-launched missiles, so-called INF missiles. And they said we should be talking about moratoria on these missiles in both Asia and Europe. Great. That's the first time I've heard Xi Jinping say anything about nuclear weapons and constraining nuclear weapons. So what does it mean? I have no idea. But we should explore, we should ask what they mean by a moratoria on INF in Asia. So those would be my areas of getting started again.
I'd like to really echo Rose's point about the need, when the time is right, to act quickly. And I would hope that there's the political space to be able to do that. As unpalatable as it might seem to deal with Putin after what he's done, we must make sure that we've got those critical lines of communication open and being able to interact and engage with Russians in our own national security, as we have at lots of points during the Cold War. We've really made far too much progress from the height of the Cold War, when we had between 60 to 70,000 nuclear weapons, down to now where we have about 12,500 nuclear weapons. We can't let this be a moment where things spiral out of control. We undo all of the good work that people like Rose have worked so tirelessly for, because if we lose control now, it's going to be so hard to get that back in the future and get us back on track.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we're being clear here, because right now the U.S. administration is not talking to Russia about anything. And is it your assessment, Rose, and also Emma, that here there should be a carve-out?
Well, they're talking about prisoner swaps. That's a good thing. And I do understand that they are trying to fix the mess in the diplomatic space between the two countries. We've really virtually shut down each other's embassies for some very good reasons, but I think there are some low-level talks going on. Again, if I were to go back and start talking to the Russians, there are two things that need to happen. We have successful, more or less, track 2 conversations that continue. I think that's valuable. I would move those into a track 1.5 space. In other words, having perhaps some officials coming, at least as observers, to listen and to perhaps have some quiet chats during the coffee breaks. So that's one thing I would do. But the other thing I would do, as I mentioned, is really get those talks completed, to get the on-site inspections going, and when the moment is right, get the technical teams together to start putting in place a framework structure for a follow-on to New START.
Thank you for that. I wanted turn a little bit to Iran here. It came up yesterday in the session with Richard Moore, the head of MI6, when he talked about whether or not Iran may be open to accepting a new part of the deal or coming back in if the U.S. were to do the same. Rose, you were in the Obama administration when that deal was being negotiated. Where do you think we are, and what would you do now if you were in the administration with Iran?
Well, they are continuing. When I hear from those who are negotiating and trying, they're not negotiating directly with the Iranians, but trying to move this forward, I know there's a general feeling that it is still possible to retrieve the regime. The IAEA is ready to restore all the measures it has had in place to track what's going on in Iran. And we still have a little window, but it's closing rapidly. And I'm quite worried about what we've seen over the last week with Putin going to Tehran, our president, of course, last week in Saudi Arabia and visiting the Gulf states. So it's as if there's this geopolitical division opening up now that seems to make any chance of accommodation with Iran somewhat less possible. So to be honest with you, I am just on the brink of, I think, flipping from optimism to pessimism that we can resume the JCPOA. If I were inside, I would say it's worth saving. I say it on the outside, it's worth saving. Let's see what we can do to make that happen.
So you're worried about the deal or about negotiations, but how worried are you today about capability?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I share Rose's concern. I agree with Rose that the JCPOA is the best way forward to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons. We're concerned, though, that since the Trump administration withdrew from the deal, Iran has been able to increase its capability or capacity to enrich uranium. Currently, is probably, not long, maybe less than a few weeks away from having enough material that it could use to fashion into a bomb if it chose to do so. And we heard from Director Burns a few days ago that the assessment is still, they haven't got any evidence that Iran's decided to do that yet, but it is very concerning. And so really the way forward is not a military strike, but it's diplomacy to try to get back to the deal. And the benefits of the deal not only are removing a certain amount or a large amount of material that Iran has acquired, putting limits on it, but also getting intelligence in on the ground through the IAEA's monitoring and inspections, through increasing that. That is something we used to have under the JCPOA. We don't have it now. And this is really critical to be able to give us advance warning, to go from months warning to the several weeks warning if we got it now. And top US and Israeli national security figures have recognised this and have come out publicly and said that this deal is in all of our interests. Now, concerningly, I share Rose's pessimism, or optimism/pessimism, going to the pessimism direction. When we heard the head of MI6, as you referenced yesterday, say he doesn't think that the Supreme Leader wants a deal, and Iran certainly isn't accepting the deal that's currently on the table. And after, lots of missteps and miscalculations on both sides, we're in a really tricky situation. We heard President Biden and Minister Gantz talk about military strike as a final resort. Let's hope we don't get there, because we know from past experience that a military strike is unlikely to be successful. It might have the opposite effect of making the Iranians determined to get a nuclear weapon. And a military strike right now has the potential to escalate into a US-Israeli war in the region, which would be devastating. Particularly at this time when we're dealing with Ukraine, with high gas prices and soaring inflation. This is something we don't need. So while we're pessimistic now, we have to really encourage and urge all stakeholders in this to prevent escalation, refrain from escalating, and hope that we get to a point where we can fashion some kind of deal in the future.
Just one final footnote on this. I think we've all forgotten in some ways, but Russia and China were very much present at that JCPOA table and made a huge difference to the implementation of the deal in terms of investing their own resources, their own money to make things happen under the original deal. At this moment, I mean, up to the invasion of Ukraine, Mikhail Ulyanov, a very senior Russian diplomat, was tweeting very positively about where the deal was going and how it was soon to be concluded, et cetera, et cetera. So I see it also, if we can get back into some kind of successful rhythm of negotiations, also as a way to have a bit of a perhaps back door to reestablish some more substantive interactions with Russia and China on this set of proliferation issues. We're coming into the review conference for the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, August 1st, and it frankly looks like a bit of a train wreck to me, but we need to look for ways in every way we can to preserve that treaty. It's what has held nuclear proliferation at bay for a good 50 years.
Thank you for that. And I actually wanted to turn to something that I know is important to you that Michelle Floor and I talked about yesterday, which is about the dangers of losing our military edge. You'd kind of referred earlier to the fact that Russia had completed its modernization. We are at the front end of that. Can you talk a little bit about sort of where those challenges lie for us?
I wrote it down, and I'm going to take off where Michelle left off. She said yesterday, and I'm quoting, "We are in danger of losing our military edge. We need to leverage our innovation ecosystem. The stakes are incredibly high. We could lose our deterrent capability." And she was talking about conventional deterrence in a Taiwan scenario. So I do feel very, very strongly. First of all, we need to keep our eye on the prize of nuclear modernization. We need to complete the modernization of our nuclear triad. We have the funding for that now. We have the program of record. We need to move forward and get the cooperation of the Congress to move forward and continue to fund that nuclear modernization and get it done. It's going to take into the 2030s. We cannot afford to lag on that. So that's the bottom line. But we also need to focus our attention on what we need to do to incorporate all the new emerging, some say disruptive technologies, our innovation ecosystem, leverage that in order to modernize our conventional forces and to be able, as I heard the general saying, he didn't have to look up in his first years in service, and now he has to look up because others are beginning to command not only airspace, but also the cosmos, space itself. So everything we should be focused on now is ensuring that our conventional deterrent is right at the leading edge of innovation and technology. My view is if we pause now and start to throw money at nuclear weapons and engage a nuclear arms race, then we will be losing sight of this top priority. And so, for that reason, I say, yes, let's get our modernization done of our nuclear arsenal. That is absolutely necessary. But keep it under the limits of a strategic arms reduction treaty so we have that predictability. We know we can't, if we keep the Russians in bounds, they can't build up beyond the limits, for example, of New START, which is 700 delivery vehicles. We need to get the Chinese engaged if they are starting to rush to parity. We need to put them in that same space of being under bounds. But let us not lose sight of the deterrence threat that is coming at us on the conventional side and involves all of the new emerging and possibly disruptive technologies. I don't like to say disruptive because these are all to our advantage too. If we can command these technologies, we will be at the leading edge of the deterrence fight.
Positive disruption.
That's positive disruption.
Great. But Rose, what makes you worried about the modernization? You sound like you think there might be pauses or delays that would kind of harm our capabilities.
There are two things that worry me a bit. I've seen fits and starts. It was President Obama who launched the modernization of the triad with his program of record and initial decision-making on the budget back in 2016, 2017. you know, it's 8 years later, and we have seen fits and starts. We aren't off the ground the way I'd like to see with a number of our nuclear modernization programs. They involve not only the delivery vehicles, but also programs for the Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, our ability to manufacture fissile material for pits, this type of thing. This work needs to go forward and needs to move faster than it is. So that worries me a bit, and that needs support of Congress, resources, et cetera. The second thing that worries me, frankly, is distracting from the program of record with programs that I don't think we need to pursue under the Nuclear Posture Review. As I've understood, it's not out yet finally, but there has been some view expressed that under the Nuclear Posture Review, we would be putting the brakes on a nuclear sea-launched cruise missile program. I would say, great, that's absolutely fine. We don't really need that system. The Navy doesn't need that system. But there are people who are now supporting it and saying, let's push that forward. But that's the kind of additional expenditure that I would much rather see going to the conventional deterrence side of things and building up our conventional capability.
Great, thank you. Emma, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Rose on the need for a certain amount of modernisation that keeps our forces safe, secure, effective. And I think questioning how much do we need and how much do we need to be spending? I think we've got predictions of upwards of $1 trillion over the next few decades. Taking a really critical eye to, what spending do we need, where, what really keeps us safe, and not necessarily just having that knee-jerk reaction that sort of more spending on nuclear weapons is necessarily the answer. So I think looking at these critically, making sure that we're drawing on our resources in a good way that really helps create that sort of kind of safe and secure environment we need, but without blindly wandering off in the wrong direction.
That's helpful, thank you. We got a few extra minutes because people wanted to ask a lot of questions in this panel. So there's folks with mics. If you want to raise your hand, happy to call on you. Why don't we start with you, sir, and then you? That'd be great. And please just take a second to introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Steve Began. I'm with Macro Advisory Partners. Rose, my question is for you. A couple days ago, the Chinese ambassador was speaking, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I heard him say that the Chinese government is willing to take up the United States government's proposal for strategic stability dialogue. I may have missed that because I was still getting my head around the fact that he revealed that Hong Kong was on the cusp of being the 51st State of the Union. But I think we heard him say that. If he did, or more importantly, if the Chinese government is willing to do this, how important is that to start a strategic stability dialogue with China, and what should we try to accomplish with that?
And Rose, can we just say how very humble Steve Began is, that he didn't tell everybody that he was the Deputy Secretary of State?
Yes, jobs. And I've always enjoyed working with Steve Began whenever I get the chance, including getting the New START treaty across the finish line. That was a really helpful kind of behind-the-scenes role. I don't know if you want to admit that, but thank you from this podium. Steve, by the way, I want to quote Kay Bailey Hutchison, who yesterday said, wow, that was Kay, if you're in the audience, excuse me, I'm not quoting you exactly, but she said, wow, that was an imaginative presentation by the Chinese ambassador. And I agree. But I was glad to hear him speak about strategic stability. And frankly, I think this is a good question also to ask Jake Sullivan, because it was he who, in his interaction with his counterpart a couple of months ago, evidently they agreed that it was timely to launch strategic stability talks. And when that kind of message comes from on high, not only in Washington, but also in Beijing, that means you're in business. That means you can get going. So I do hope that that means an opportunity will be forthcoming. I think, again, I would start slow and probably start small. I wouldn't start with summitry, or I wouldn't start with a high-level interaction, but perhaps try to get teams together at a lower level, political, military level, to, again, lay the groundwork, agree an agenda, set forth where we really could make some progress. And here again, I'm going to come back to this intriguing offer of Xi Jinping in February, along with Vladimir Putin, to work on the INF problem and what we would do to perhaps put in place some constraints on intermediate-range ground-launched missiles to replace the now defunct INF treaty. So I would welcome knowing what Xi Jinping meant about that. So I think those are some areas where I would start.
Hi, Paul Kroger with the Bush School of Government and Public Service. Looking forward to the possibility of a strategic arms reduction treaty with China, do you think that we would want to target parity with Russia and the United States, or would we try to constrain them a little bit below those levels? What is realistic in that arena?
I know that's a huge debate in our own system, whether the Chinese are starting to rush to parity now. And frankly, I really do think the jury is still out on that. They have built about 300 ICBM silos in those western deserts, but the Soviets for many years in the 50s and 60s played an ICBM shell game among multiple silos, and maybe that's where the Chinese are headed. I don't know. So I think we need to keep, again, a sharp eye on what they're doing, but we don't need to panic. And in this period, I think we should do what we can to prevent them from rushing to parity. We should be willing to talk to them about restraint, perhaps in our own systems, in order to prevent them from rushing ahead. I don't know what that means as I say that, but I do think really focusing in areas where they have some equality of capability makes sense. That's why INF makes such sense, because they have a huge panoply of intermediate-range ground-launched and other systems that are a direct threat to our carriers and our other forces in Indo-PACOM. So focus first where we have a threat and they have some equality of capability. And then after that, we see where we go. But I would hope that we would have some years of strategic stability discourse so we understand better where they're going with their strategic nuclear doctrine. Are they changing now from what has been their stance? They've depended on second strike retaliation. Do they want to have parity with the United States and, oh, by the way, with Russia as well, in order to be in a more of a first strike deterrence relationship? I don't know yet. But again, I think strategic stability dialogue to illuminate that question and get to work on areas where they have some equality of capability. INF, space-based systems, perhaps HGVs. Those would be three areas I think we could work with the Chinese on. And I wouldn't rush right to trying to get them to a strategic arms reduction table.
I think I'd like to, point out all the terrific suggestions and very specific thoughts that Rose has about things that need to be done to address the current situation that we're in, both with Russia and with China, Iran and others. I'd sort of like to make a plea for us also to take a step back and think about the future. We heard yesterday at the panel on, I believe it was storytelling, and fiction writing and forecasting, that it's very difficult to get people to imagine something quite so catastrophic as nuclear war. And I think what we need to do is look at new tools and techniques to think about how can we solve this critical problem that we're faced with now. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier when we were talking about nuclear deterrence. Clearly, nuclear deterrence has been at play with Ukraine, in the Ukraine situation. But in relying on nuclear deterrence to guarantee our safety and security, we're also putting ourselves at risk, because nuclear deterrence is vulnerable to mistake, miscalculation, irrational leaders and actors, which are all at play in the current crisis and will be at play in future crises. And it relies upon us having perfect information about intent of the adversary and our ability to act accordingly. And so we're really gambling a lot here, and we need to be able to find a way to guarantee our security without threatening the annihilation of millions around the world. And we don't have all the answers, but there has to be a way, and we have to find it. And I think the way we do that is by doing what so many people have called on at this conference, opening up spaces that are particularly small, like nuclear weapons policy, which has traditionally been discussed by a small homogenous group. Bring in new voices, new perspectives, new disciplines, younger people, many of whom are in the room today and are truly wonderful. If you get the chance to talk to them, please do. They've got blue lanyards on. But we need to get out of this space of status quo thinking. We need to have a space where it's okay to challenge assumptions, ask questions, and engage in processes that we know are effective in problem solving for intractable problems. And we need to start that now. We need to really invest in new ways of thinking, new ideas, new people, because this nuclear field has been starved for resources for too long. Since the end of the Cold War, everyone thought the threat was gone. And it's a small and struggling field. But I do see hope. I see areas and pockets of the community where people are applying systems thinking, thinking holistically about how nuclear weapons are affected and how they affect other areas. And I see some promise and hope. But we've got to start now. So we've got to focus on the immediate and really be critical about where we are and guarantee our safety, but think about, can't we do better for our longer term, and see that intellectual thinking right now. Only by doing that can we really be free of the threats from nuclear dictators.
Yay. Just a foot stomp. I had coffee this morning with our younger colleagues, and they're actually entering into the middle of their careers, and very impressive people. I foot stomp entirely what Emma had to say, and I think we have a great opportunity with this new generation coming up.
Great way to end with that nice shout out to the rising leaders here at the Security Forum. Thank you both so much.
All right, welcome everyone. We're going to move straight from nuclear proliferation to emerging technologies writ large. We've been talking a lot in the past few days about the shifting security landscape, and of course, all of that will be determined in large part by new technologies. The countries that lead in developing AI, 5G and 6G, semiconductors, many of these other key emerging technologies will ultimately lead the world. And these are really, in some ways, the battlegrounds of the future. So we have none better to talk about these issues, and they're broad. We were talking about it before, trying to get ready for this. The theme of the conference, of course, running through this is, what are we going to do differently? A lot of new things are emerging. What are we going to do differently? And the biggest area there, of course, is technology. So to discuss these issues, we have Eric Schmidt, who's the former CEO of Google, then also the head of the Defense Innovation Board, and more recently, chairman of the National Security Commission on AI, deeply engaged in these issues. Senator Warner, who's been a senator from Virginia since 2008, also former governor of Virginia, and a former venture capitalist, and of course, one of the most knowledgeable voices on technology in the US Congress. And
Low bar.
Low bar. Well, I'll ask you about that. And Brad Smith, who's the president of Microsoft and really a leading voice in calling for and doing greater cooperation between the private and public sector on these issues. So we're going to split this up and talk about how you see the problems first and then come up with some creative solutions. So Senator Warner, maybe I can turn to you first. You've had a front row seat in the Senate at looking how China is developing new technologies and how rapidly they're catching up. Which technologies do you think we need to be most worried about, and what are you thinking about in this area?
Anya, thank you for having me. It's great to be back at Aspen, and I'm really glad to have this panel with Brad and Eric, who are great friends and great leaders in this field. Let me say that the emergence of China, and my views have radically changed on China over the last 20 years. I very much used to believe the more we bring China in, the better for the world, everything's going to be copacetic. I do not believe that at this moment in time, and particularly seeing this as chairman of the Intelligence Committee. And maybe the single biggest wake-up call for me, beyond reading about China's obsessive amounts of intellectual property theft, or the fact that they have used their technology platforms to create a surveillance state that would make Orwell blush. What drove it home to me, and I say this is my background in tech, was as a former wireless telecom guy, was 2015, 2016, as the CCP changed the rules in China itself to make sure that all companies' prerequisite requirement was obedience to the CCP, not to shareholders or any other value. But then as a telecom guy, to suddenly see this company emerge, Huawei, in a space where there had always been Western leadership, way back in the 80s when I started, Motorola and AT&T, and then Ericsson, Nokia, Samsung, and others. And Huawei not only becoming the dominant player in 5G, but was almost more frightening to me was the fact that China was also flooding the zone on an area where I think we in America and the West writ large had always taken for granted that we would not only create the innovation, but then we would also set the standards, rules, protocols, and procedures. And what China was doing was not only creating world-class technology with world-class companies, but also starting to set the standards. And standards actually can, while they're techie, nerdy, they can also reflect values. China then, under Xi, maybe got a little ahead of its skis in terms of the China 2025 document, where they literally laid out by technology domain where China wanted to dominate. It took us a few years on the Intel Committee. We did a series of classified roadshows. Many in this audience participated in some of those, where we tried to lay out the threat, particularly that China poses in these technology domains. At first, it was a rough sledding. Post-COVID, it's gotten a little easier. I would point out pre-COVID, the one industry in America that wouldn't even hear us, Eric, and we've talked about this in the past, was private equity, because they were making so much money in the Alibabas, Badu's, Tencents, TikToks that they didn't want to hear the story. That has started to change. And where I think, and I'll wrap this up on the first round, is just that China's laid out the technology domains. We don't have a process in the United States to think through that. If you ask ODNI, they have one list, CIA has another list, Commerce Department has a third, OSTP maybe has a fourth. We on the Technology Committee, because one, I think we're the last functioning bipartisan committee. Two, we by default have become the Technology Committee because we get a view on this. We are trying to engage with all parts of not only USG, but our private sector friends as well, thinking about what are those technology domains we need to be competitive in, and we'll probably come back to the CHIPS bill at some point. That is maybe, it's close to industrial policy, but it's the first, I think, definitive action that America, and in conjunction, frankly, with allies around the world, are taking. I think there'll be others, but I think one of the things, and Eric's got, I think, some really smart ideas on this, is, do we look at competing with China on technology domains? Do we look at where technology is headed and then figure out the policy? Do we look at the policy and then figure out the technologies we need to get there? But this is a wide open field that we're starting to play out real time, because I do think the challenge of the 21st century, and while I'm sure we'll get to Russia as well, is not simply Russia and Ukraine, but it is the economic / and much more important, technology competition with China going forward.
Thank you. That's a perfect setup, because even though the US government may not have decided, I know, Eric, you've thought deeply about the current areas of technologies where you think the US needs to be, and our friends and allies need to remain competitive, and you actually talked about it here at a private dinner maybe 4 or 5 years ago in a way that I think shocked the people. So if you could say something more about which areas those are and why they matter and where we're in the competition.
So Senator Warner, as always, is exactly right on this question and framed it exactly correctly. I was fortunate to lead a commission for the Congress to look at the general question of competitiveness in AI, and we concluded that we were somewhat ahead of China, somewhat meaning a few years, but that they were catching up rapidly. And furthermore, they have a doctrine that they've published about the areas they want to lead in. For review, what they've said is they want to be essentially global leaders, that is beating us by 2030 in synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, quantum, new energy, transportation, and a few others. They're already leading in financial services and communications. If you're me, that's my whole world, right? They listed everything that I'm interested in, all my friends are worked in, all the community, all the investments, and so forth. So it's a real challenge. One of the most important things that we said in the report was that China needed to stay 2 generations behind the US in semiconductors. And for your benefit here, the leading semiconductor fabs are actually in Samsung in Korea and at TSMC and another one in Taiwan. And this week, just proving to you the level of investment, China announced through its large company called SMIC, which is their competitor to TSMC, that they were doing 7-nanometer technology. Now we'll see if this is really true or not, and we'll find out if it actually works. 7 nanometers is ahead of any fab in the United States today, and ahead of any fab in Europe. And smaller is better, and ahead is better, because all of the new technologies depend on this kind of computing capability. So there's a real fact of something that's happening right now where their dominance is possible and their investments are working. So we need, I'll say it directly, we collectively as a country need to list what are the technologies we need to invest in, and we need to do what we do well. We do public-private partnerships, something Brad has done a lot of work on, in the following way. The government helps with priorities and funding. The universities do a lot of the basic research, and the private sector puts an enormous amount of private capital at risk. And if you're confused by this, just think about COVID, right? We, the country, guaranteed the revenue using cash of people to put enormous lines for vaccines that might not work. Most didn't work. But that strategy worked because of the extraordinary invention in a number of universities and the tremendous risk taken by the private capital. We need something analogous for China.
Thank you. Can I drill down on one issue here? Because the terms like AI, semiconductors, they all get thrown around a lot now. Can you just say for our audience, why do we care if the Chinese are ahead in developing AI? Why does it matter? What actually happens?
So the kind of AI I'm talking about is the kind of AI that will ultimately give us savants. Most people in my world believe that the AI that most of you will hear about is sort of well understood. It's the vision systems are better, the recommendation systems are better, all of that. And many of you encounter this every day. If you use Google, a lot of the underlying technology uses this. It's well understood and mature. The most interesting emergent areas are in what is called large language models or foundational models, which appear to have an understanding, some level of understanding of synthesis of ideas. You can translate from languages even though you haven't trained them in the other language and things like that. It looks to me like conversational systems that are multimodal, that is, that they can both generate new conversations, new images, and so forth, are going to be the sexy stuff in the next 5 years. When that stuff works at scale, and we collectively believe it will. Microsoft, by the way, has this incredible programming assistant. You would know the exact numbers, but basically when you start programming, it finishes your work. Now, as a programmer, that's a pretty big deal. It does 20% or 30% of the work. Well, what happens when Microsoft helps you write 80% of the code? Think about the improvement in productivity and acceleration. Now, think now Imagine if all of that was being developed in China and not here. What would it mean?
And let me just, and we are going to, Erica and I are not going to like filibuster the whole way through.
Brad will get a word in
edgewise. But it's not just who wins the technology battle, but this, and Eric and Henry Kissinger address this partially in their book, but who sets the rules, protocols, morals of AI is equally important, and that's one of the reasons why all of this technology, I believe, challenge needs to be thought of not in the kind of old bipolar sense, but in an alliance of democracies that go beyond our traditional alliance formats to get all of our friends and partners. I mean, China has business partners. They don't have allies and friends. And I think, again, we'll come to this, I'm sure, in context of Ukraine and Russia. But there is huge opportunity to develop these. And part of this goes to these standard settings, which is so important.
Maybe Brad should respond.
Yeah, and Brad, I want you to jump in here on China and also Russia, because I know you've done a lot of work there. But just let me say one more thing, because we have a military audience here. You know, Eric talked about how AI models will start writing the software and writing the code themselves. Also, you will start delegating military decision-making to AI in a way that could be extremely dangerous and destabilizing in the national security context. Brad.
Well, first of all, it is wonderful to be the net between two such good ping pong players. So thank you. It's great to be among friends. You know, I want to go back to your first question, if I could. What's the problem? I want to zoom out for 30 seconds and then zoom back in and address your question about AI, China, and the like. The first question, what is the problem of the day? Let's just take a second to pause on the following. We're dealing with the biggest pandemic in 100 years, the biggest war in Europe in 70 years, the biggest spike in inflation in 40 years, potentially the first recession in 12 years, and at the same time, the biggest demographic shift with flattening or even declining populations in 700 years, when the Black Plague swept through Europe, and the biggest change in climate in 12,000 years, when the last ice age ended. And we have all been living through this together over the last 2 years. So we are under stress.
That's a pretty good spiel. I'm gonna.
Yeah. And we need to bring everything that we have together to address these problems. And at the same time that humanity is fundamentally united by many of these problems, we have the competition between systems that is at least as old as ancient Greece, and we are here to prove that democracy can still carry the day. And in order to do that, we have to rely on all of the things that we have in our democratic societies, which are fundamentally a government that is elected by the people, a private sector that is the most dynamic and innovative in the world, and the third pillar, the nonprofit community. And a lot of what we're really talking about here is how do we bring these together in the United States and among our allies at a time when China is investing heavily in one of those three pieces, public sector. So the only way for us to respond effectively to such an inordinate response in public sector innovation is the combination that we have public sector, business, and universities. The greatest nonprofits in some ways the world has ever seen for the course of innovation.
Thank you. Brad, can I press you a little bit, because Microsoft has done so much work specifically on Russia's cyber attacks on Ukraine, the Russian misinformation piece, that maybe you can start with talking about what you guys have done with Russia and Ukraine, and then also how you see technology being used for misinformation in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think there's two things worth noting. I mean, we used to always talk about superpowers, and I think we now live in a world where we need to talk about cyber powers. And you know, two of the great cyber powers in the world are Russia and China. Certainly the United States is, I think, of the strongest cyber power of all. But what we're fundamentally seeing in Ukraine in particular is Russia use its very sophisticated cyber capabilities to do three things. One is support an invasion, including with destructive cyber attacks. The second is do what the Russian government does year in, year out, which is very broad-based espionage and hacking, both of governments but also private sector and think tanks and others. But the third thing we're seeing, which I think is in some ways the one we should worry the most about, at least on a relative basis. We're not worrying and talking about it enough. If there's one thing that democracy depends on, it is trust. And the one thing that the Russian government has become so capable at doing is using cyber capabilities and the internet to engage in very sophisticated influence operations to really seek to erode trust from within. And we've highlighted and documented the role this has played in the increase in Russian propaganda in conjunction with the war in Ukraine, in the United States, and elsewhere. We've documented and now estimated the role that Russia has played in spreading narratives about vaccines. And while I'll say everyone should have the right to decide what they believe is true and what they believe is false, I think all you really need to know about what Russia is doing is the following. When the Russian propaganda engine goes to work and it talks to people in Russian, it tells people to get a vaccine. But when it talks to people in English, it tells people not to get a vaccine. And we're even seeing sophisticated targeting so that the Spanish-speaking people in Cuba hear that they should get a vaccine, but the Spanish-speaking people in the United States and the Western Hemisphere hear they should not. That's a huge problem we need to do more to address.
Yeah. Do you want to chime in?
I just want to, yes, let me jump in and first of all say thank you to Brad and Microsoft. They are doing world-class work. They have helped inform me. They have helped inform our intelligence community in a real-time way. They have helped prevent what we thought was the item that hasn't happened in the Russia-Ukraine war, massive Russian cyber attacks. There is an ongoing debate between us whether we have seen Russia's full cyber power. Most of the attacks that they have gone, whether we've seen truly their first team. I think we've seen part of their first team. We may not have seen their entire first team because they have not used the tools like the NotPetya attack in 2017 that goes beyond your network where you kind of let it into the wild and who knows where it may end up, thank goodness. We have been surprised we've not seen an increased attack against the United States or NATO. I personally believe, as somebody who was just in Finland, that we could see a real vulnerability with Finland and Sweden, and they are good on cyber before they move into NATO. But this is an area that is ongoing and we are monitoring very closely. But to the misinformation point, this is a real challenge. 2016, we were all caught off guard on how aggressive Russia was in interfering in our elections. And in many ways what they did was, has been documented again by our committee and many other reports, is that they created fake personas and had those fake personas be in conflict with each other, and then those fake personas or fake sites generated additional followers and others. The problem right now is they don't need to create wacky people in America.
They've metastasized on our own.
The wacky people, Brad's got an example here, I don't think we'll go into the details here, where some of the wackiest anti-vaxxers are Americans, and all they have to do is amplify them. So their job of amplifying distrust and misinformation is made much easier because of the, frankly, erosion of belief in traditional institutions and politicians and media and others, and candidly, I think fomented by the former president in a whole host of ways. This point that Brad's making, they are doing good work on trying to at least monitor that. How we actually fully counter it, we still haven't figured out.
Right, we'll get to that. We're going to solve all those problems in the second half of this panel. I know Eric wants to jump in, but I just want to highlight, yesterday we had Ambassador Kimani, who's Kenya's representative to the United Nations, and he pointed out how Russia, and to a lesser extent China, really dominates the information space in Kenya, so that, you know, food and
fuel prices going up turns out not to be a fault of Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, but turns out to be a fault of the United States and Europeans for the sanctions. And that is, you see that
gas
across
price
the world.
Inflation is everywhere in the world.
He is. I mean, that Biden, how can he? Eric.
Well, unfortunately, this is all going to get worse. Dan Huttenlocher.
We're going to break for cocktails after this session.
Dan and Dr. Kissinger and I wrote a book about all of this. And I think here's roughly, and Dan's in the audience, what's roughly going to happen is the AI systems will get better at figuring out the stuff you care about, and the targeting will become more and more personal. And because people are reasonable human beings who are trying to get through the day, this will become a significant part of their daily lives. It's going to be very difficult to stop it. But then it gets worse after that. There is a new technology called generative design. And if you want to look it up, there's something called DALL-E2, DALL-E-2, which allows you to type something in and it generates a picture. My favorite is do a picture of two baby dinosaurs going to kindergarten with backpacks on, and it produces a picture of smiling dinosaurs. How it knew that dinosaurs smiled when they went to kindergarten, I don't know, as they stepped up. As that technology matures, it'll be possible to build completely fake narratives that will really roil and make the senator's life just that much harder. And there are essentially no limits to what the computers will be able to construct for both good narrative, but also very evil narratives. We have to get organized around this.
But that's, again, we get the next. If we don't, we have been, I think, presuming, almost post-Sputnik, that no matter where it was invented, whatever technology, that we would get to set the rules, the standards, the procedures, the protocols. This is kind of a nerdy thing, but it is of enormous value. And when we come to an area that is so encompassing as AI, and again, Eric spoken to this, but I don't think we have in place the framework on what are those ethical, moral standards, restrictions, norms, and they have to be on an international basis in AI. We lack those in cyber still, and that is a huge, huge issue. But I hope that would be something that I'm trying to emphasize higher in the policy debate.
We'll get there in the 20 minutes of the panel where we solve all the world's problems. I want to just highlight one more technology because it's constantly in the news in a way that it never used to be, and that is semiconductor chips. We had Gina Raimondo with us virtually last night talking about the CHIPS Act and talking about how important it is. Will any of the three of you please just explain to a general audience in the US, why do we care? Why does the US have to design the most advanced chips, and why should at least some of those, if you agree with that, be manufactured, fabricated here?
So today in America, we make an awful lot of chips that are inexpensive and slow. And inexpensive and slow is perfect for something like an automobile, because the car doesn't move very fast relative to how fast these chips are, right? There's plenty of time to do what the chip needs to do. The reason you couldn't buy a car had to do with capital investment, not a technology problem. As you go down in speed, in nanometers, which increases your speed, you begin to be able to do things that are very, very powerful computationally. Below roughly 10 nanometers, there are roughly 3 companies that are trying, including China as well, Samsung and TSMC and a couple of others. And below 7 nanometers, there's a single company called ASML that makes the necessary optics to get down. And they make machines that cost $100 million, $200 million. So that's kind of how the industry works.
And they're Dutch. They're not American, which complicates the problem.
And that's on the tools piece, not on the fabrication piece.
And if you go to a fab, there is a machine in the middle of the building of the fab, which is typically an ASML, essentially reticle machine, that does the imaging that makes these chips. And these things are treated like God. It's the best way to understand them in their production. If we want to have control over our supply chain, and in particular our innovation, we have to come up with some way to get those things into the United States. Now, why do we not have them? By the way, we invented every single aspect of this in the 70s and 80s because we're not cost competitive with Taiwan. right? That in fact, 20 years ago, previous administrations, for all sorts of reasonable reasons at the time, allowed this to move largely to East Asia, Singapore, and then later the two that I named. Many of us believe that a subsidy to the vendors to deal with the cost infrastructure is worth it for the control over national security. Now, you sit there and you say, well, these are corporations and they're making a lot of money. Well, first, they're all about to lose money because of the semiconductor cycle, and they're not going to invest in America without some form of financial subsidy. The CHIPS Act has roughly 52, 54 billion in it. The majority of it goes precisely to get these fabs built, and we believe, and Secretary Raimondo and I and others have worked on it, that it will bring in $500 billion of private capital. I think this is a legitimate strategy to advance an important strategic area, and I think it will result in a great deal more investment. And I know, Senator, you agree.
Do you want to take a round first? Because I'm going to give you the whole political case.
We're going to get to the CHIPS Act and the solutions in a second, but why do we care?
Well,
why do we have to have the best chips?
Well, because we don't make any leading edge chips that go into our F-35s anywhere in America. Because one of the reasons we have enormous inflation is because we have tens of thousands of autos fully produced that are sitting in lots in Ohio and Michigan because they can't get legacy chips, partially the fault of the automakers who cut down their supply chain purchases at the beginning of COVID, because we don't want to have not any of the cutting edge design chips not made in America. And I say this, I know this is an international audience, what helped drive it, and I was the guy, John Cornyn and I put the CHIPS bill in 18 months ago. When it passed the Senate a year ago, it woke up the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is putting in these investments. China, 150 billion, South Korea, 65 billion. But the thing that finally made some of my colleagues say, yes, it's time. In the year that we have dawdled, the Europeans, when Brussels moves faster than Washington, and it was bad enough that when the Germans gave €8 billion to Intel, and Intel said, well, maybe we'll build the fab in Germany, but not in Ohio. But what really drove home the point, and this is Chatham House rules here, right?
No, you're on the record. There's a lot of press.
No, I've said that.
But please,
so
go ahead.
I won't mention, I will do it in a different tone. It did drive home the fact when I pointed out that our colleagues in France were able to get Global Foundries to build a facility in France. And I pointed out that when the French, the Germans, and the European bureaucrats move faster than America, that is a problem. And I think that generated the 16 Republicans to go with 49 Democrats that got us through the first stage.
I'll just add one more reason people should care. In addition to all of the appliances, the devices, everything that we rely on for chips today, being at the forefront of chip technology is really important if we're going to remain at the forefront of AI advances as well. Because really the frontier of AI is on extraordinarily large models that are very computationally intensive. So the country that has more computational power will have one of the indispensable ingredients to win the AI race as well.
And you could add the same for autonomous vehicles. Autonomous vehicles rely on, an IoT, exponentially large number of sensors, the majority of which that have chips.
Or what about drug discovery? All of the new drugs are essentially AI systems with scientists ahead of them. Almost everything that's really powerful in science has as its basis these very fast chips and incredibly powerful algorithms that are being invented in America and copied by the Chinese.
Great. So we've heard a lot. We've terrified everyone.
And also, just one last terrifying. America went from about 33% of the chip manufacturing about 7 or 8 years ago, Eric, I think 10 years ago. We're down to about 10 or 11. China has almost done the complete reverse of that, and they are, again, north of 150 billion in direct subsidy into that field.
Great. And so sounds like we worry about China as what DoD calls the pacing challenge. We worry about Russia specifically in the cyber and misinformation domain. Are there other countries that we're specifically worried about?
Well, when we talk about information operations, we usually say the Russians are the most prolific, the Chinese are the most sophisticated, and the Iranians are the most angry. Most of their anger is not directed at the United States, but it is directed at American allies.
I'd throw in the North Koreans on, ransomware hacking as well.
Right, thank you. So Senator Warner, you already previewed it for us a little bit, but the Chinese narrative, when I talk to Chinese scholars and others, tends to be, well, America can't get its act together. Your politics are a mess. You'd call out all these problems. We've got Made in China 2025. What are you guys doing about it? So there's actually a lot going on the Hill right now. Will you tell us a little bit about it?
I'd like to take it in 2 bites. Well, let me talk on the Hill for a moment first, and I'll leave I think the more macro multinational, because of the West writ large response to Putin's invasion, I think is a good sign of the strength of democracies. I know you guys, when the news comes on, a normal, especially a sophisticated American's reaction is to throw a shoe at the TV. I feel the same way, and I'm inside the TV. But I am proud of the fact that I work in the only place in America where being a gang member is a good thing. And I am part of every bipartisan gang. And if this was a cocktail party, I'd show you some of my gang tats that I've got now. But if you look over the last year and a half, we see lots of the bad stuff happening. But every action that has taken place has actually been driven by a bipartisan group of senators. Something came out just the other day. A group of us worked for a couple of months on reform to the Electoral Count Act and other reforms in terms of the process, so you never, again, it's not as far as I'd like to go on voting rights, but to prevent a January 6th event from happening again. The CHIPS Act, broadly started as a bipartisan bill. John Cornyn and I grew with Schumer and Todd Young and others, totally bipartisan. The small steps on gun safety, bipartisan. The infrastructure bill, which 40 years in the making, completely a bipartisan gang. If we go back even to I think, Brad's litany of things that we're dealing with, and I'm going to steal all of them, the response to COVID. In many ways, government's response was too much over the top. Although historically, I think we'll look back and say the $5 trillion we put into the economy was for the most part needed. All of that was bipartisan. The first 4 CARES bills were done virtually unanimous, even under Donald Trump. So is our system in a challenge? Do the outliers on the extremes get way too much attention? Absolutely. But I do think there are a core of us that are still trying to do the right thing. And I think as when we think about what this contest, for example, around technology, I think the investment in semiconductors will be the first of a series of items that will approach old school industrial policy, but that we will have to do, hopefully in alliance with our other democracies around the world. So I say the demise of American democracy or democracy writ large is way overstated at this point.
That's great. Thank you for giving us some hope. It's not what the news reports, so to all the reporters in the room, could you record that, please? Thank you. Brad, I want to turn to you because in 2016...
You're not going to ask them about the good things about democracy, too? Come on, let them make a pitch, too.
Oh, we'll let them make a pitch. But Brad has particular expertise in private-public sector partnerships of this. So in 2016, we were nowhere. The company formerly known as Facebook famously said they found Russian misinformation in their system. They tried to call the FBI. The FBI didn't know who to send it to. There was just no way to collaborate on these issues. And we've come a long way, and really, no company has done more than Microsoft. So do you want to say a bit about that?
You look like you had something you wanted to say first, Senator.
I remember Mark Zuckerberg, after a number of us saying we thought the Russians had interfered and using Facebook as one of their platforms around Thanksgiving of 2016, saying any politician that thinks that Russians had any interference on Facebook don't understand technology at all.
Let me build on that. There's something in, there's a pony in there. I'd make 2 points. The first is when you look at the United States as a society, I think it is always important to reflect on the fact that we are a 3-legged stool. We have the world's largest and most successful nonprofits and think tanks and universities. That's the first leg. We have business in the private sector. That's the second. And we have government. That's the third, or you might reorder them. I think it's pretty clear right now that the least healthy leg of the stool is government. And that's what we spend all of our time talking about. But the real key to success is to figure out how we work more collaboratively together. It does require role clarity and government leadership. Now, let me build on the example. The most interesting thing about the insights, in my opinion, that emerged about what happened in 2016 is that they emerged using the subpoena power of the Senate Intelligence Committee. We've talked about this.
Actually, it was more, we did it voluntarily. We only had to issue 1 or 2 subpoenas, but we did put, I'm sorry.
No, that's true. If you issue 1 or 2, everybody else says, okay, I get it. I won't wait for it to arrive.
You just have to brandish the gun.
But you got the data sets, you turn them over to a team at Oxford and to a data analytics firm in New York, and they found the truth in that data. And then you were able to use the platform, the power, I would say, of the Intelligence Committee to say, this is what happened. And there's something in that combination of where government leaders can lead. I do believe there's no substitute for the leadership of government, but where we can work together and follow or support. And I do think that some of these problems will always, let me just say, the path to progress starts by understanding what the problem is. In the world of cyber threats, it all starts with detection. And we've really honed our ability to detect what I would now call traditional cyber attacks. That's one reason I think that things have gone better on the cyber front in Ukraine than people thought. We have not yet honed our ability to detect in real time these foreign influence operations, but I believe we can pursue a path to do that as well.
Thank you. That's great. Eric, I don't know how you have time to do it, but you've recently written a book with Henry Kissinger on AI. You seem to write articles about every week on these issues. So I want to turn to you in the global part of this. You and Kissinger have called for exploring shared limits and even treaties on AI use, including talking to our rivals. I know that's really in its infancy. Can you say a little bit more about what you're promoting and where we are?
So I like to think of this as sort of where things were 20 years ago in tech, where we were incredibly naive. I was very naive about the impact of what we were doing. I now understand that information is everything. It's incredibly powerful. So I think the first comment I would make is I think that the government and other institutions should put more pressure on tech to get these things consistent with our values and so forth. And I suspect we all agree. We can debate how to do it, but it requires a conversation. It requires engagement. I think that's, and as opposed to, say, yelling at each other. Because the leverage that tech has is very, very real. If you then think about how will we negotiate, let's say, an AI agreement? Well, first, you have to have the technologists who understand what's going to happen, and then you have to have an awareness on the other side. So let's do a thought experiment. Let's say that we decide to have a chat with China on some kind of treaty around AI surprises. Very reasonable. How would we do it? Who in the US government would work with us? And it's even worse on the Chinese side. Who do we call? I've tried to find that person, and I can't find them. We're not ready for the negotiations that we need. And I'll give you some examples. In the 50s and 60s, we eventually worked out a world where there was a no surprise rule about nuclear tests, and then eventually they were banned. When somebody launches a missile, they, for testing or whatever, they notify everyone. And everyone then uses their missile defense systems to watch, to target, to train the systems. It's an example of a balance of trust or lack of trust. It's a no surprises rule. I'm very, very concerned that the US view of China as corrupt or communist or whatever, and the Chinese view of America as failing, which has been well documented, will allow people to say, oh my God, they're up to something, and then begin some kind of conundrum. Begin some kind of thing where, because you're arming or you're getting ready, you then trigger the other side. We don't have anyone working on that, and yet AI is that powerful.
Can I jump in on this?
Please.
And I agree with Eric on, we need to set some of these moral, ethical, again, parameters. I think we need to, what begs it is equally as much as synthetic biology. You know, from a world that, synthetic biology, biotech, that is overpromised and underdelivered, I would argue, but finally I think is on the cusp of happening. We need to start that process. I think we are still living with our failure to set any of these limits or rules in two domains that I think need to be mentioned. One, in cyber. It was actually America in the late 90s who walked away from an international effort around cyber norms, cyber rules. And I get it, because there are still folks in our government, and I have some sympathy for this, say we adhere to cyber norms and the bad guys won't. But I think we at least ought to have a debate about, if you bring down a healthcare system, does that, you know, should there be a lower attribution rule in terms of going after the actors than if you're taking down something else? And we have a whole host of things that's got close, thank goodness it has not played out, around Article 5 implications if Russia had hit Ukrainian systems that bled into Poland and ended up causing loss of life. But I would also say, Eric, and again, you and I have had spirited debates on this, I think the failure of the large, to put any kind of guardrails around the large tech platforms, whether the idea of Section 230 reform, whether the idea of data portability, the idea of interoperability, the fact that we still don't have, embarrassingly, a privacy law in this country, has not, you know, I think the 5 big companies have done incredibly great things, but there is a dark underbelly in every great motion forward that you also have to, there's a downside. And our failure to kind of go for 20+ years and not put any guardrails there, I think we're still suffering from.
I think you probably bear the scars and the tattoos from the privacy and content moderation battles.
If I could jump in with maybe 2 quick thoughts on that. One, I actually completely agree that we need regulatory clarity. It is coming. The only real question is whether it's coming in the United States or just from the rest of the world. And I think that one of the mistakes that many people in the United States make is we assume that if Washington does nothing, then nothing will be done to us. But the truth is, if the rest of the world gets together and creates a regulatory paradigm, which is happening, we just see the country lose its ability to influence the direction of these things. So I'm actually very supportive of more action by Congress and elsewhere in Washington to address that. And then second, I'd go back to the point that Eric made. I think sometimes people are too quick to dismiss the importance of international norms by saying things like, yeah, well, why should we create rules if we know that other people are going to violate them? And the truth is, there's never been a rule that wasn't violated by somebody. That's why we have police forces and courts. But we absolutely, I think, need stronger norms in the cyberspace and the AI space. I think this is a year where we should recognize that for the first time since World War II, the norm that was created after it, namely to protect civilians during a war, is basically being completely disregarded by the Russian military. We've long advocated for norms to protect civilians in cyberspace. We need stronger norms to protect our democratic and electoral infrastructure from cyber attacks. And there are so many AI scenarios we need to think through. And we need these things, I think, for multiple reasons. One is they guide us all towards a path where we will sustain the moral authority that the rest of the world finds so important. Second, that moral authority, I think, can have an impact even on discouraging others who might be tempted to cross a line. But third, it's fundamentally important for deterrence. You can't have, in my view, multilateral collective deterrence unless you know what lines will cause deterrence to spring into action. And you can't create those lines without these kinds of norms.
That's right. And, you know, I'm always struck by the fact that when I talk about these issues in Silicon Valley, people think this is brand new. But, you know, there are a lot of people in this room, Emma, Rose, Joe Nye, Jane Harmon, many of others who have worked on nuclear nonproliferation. They've worked on bio, they've worked on chem. So we've done this with previous technologies. We're just really nowhere when it comes to cyber and AI in the global space.
The simplest question is, where are the international institutions that we would have a meeting at, right? Aspen, right?
That would be okay.
But literally, like, tell me where to go and I'll have a conversation. They don't exist. They need to get developed quickly. Now, and I'm very concerned that they're only going to get developed after some terrible conflagration. We know that the nuclear movement occurred after the use of 2 nuclear bombs in World War II, right? And I'd like us not to have to go through that.
That's right. Thank you. We have time for probably one question, and I know there's a gentleman in the back who's been meaning to ask.
Thanks very much. As maybe the lone semiconductor lobbyist in the room, I don't want to get in the way of your excellent advocacy for the CHIPS Act, but I think it would be remiss because I work for a Taiwanese company, right, the big investor in the US, and so we're looking as foreign direct investment about why choose the United States to expand and create new opportunities, and it isn't just the cost delta, and this is not just a tee up for you, Brad, but the big problem is our industry is going at 40% a year. In the last 5 years, we've added 0 engineering schools. The number of computer science graduates in the United States, flat to shrinking. And Senator, I would remark that in Virginia, 70% of advanced degrees in electrical engineering in Virginia, foreign-born persons. So workforce, which we haven't talked about here today, is a huge limiter on not only foreign direct investment in the US, but the growth of the semiconductor industry. I know all of you have variously played roles in this topic, so I didn't want the discussion to miss that point.
So and if you wouldn't mind, we're out of time, so we got to keep it short. No, but you have to answer
You
the
gave a great
though.
answer to the question.
So in the AI Commission,
Lightning round.
In the AI Commission, we actually, there was at the time a discussion about getting rid of all the Chinese students in universities. And we looked at the birth status, essentially, where were they born? And all the leading papers had 1 or 2 Chinese researchers. The correct answer is not to ban them, but to keep them in the country.
Amen.
To found everything.
But also,
keep them in the U.S., guys. And they want to be here.
Agree with her completely, but also to be realistic, to acknowledge that these world-class students, and I'm proud of the ones we got at Virginia Tech and all across the Commonwealth. I do believe we need to keep them. I also we need to be able to and be willing at times to also bring some of their families over, because the failure to acknowledge that fronts like Confucius Institutes were nothing more than spying operations, so that great PhD lab student suddenly gets their family tapped on the shoulder by the MSS back in China and say, if you don't come back with a thumb drive, you're in trouble. And the number of tier 1 universities that have had intellectual property theft that, again, 3 or 4 years ago, the university didn't want to acknowledge. Now they do. So we got to work through this. But to say everything that our I'm not going to use the word adversary, but our competitor is playing on a totally different set of rules, I think would be totally naive. And I know we're done, but I want to close with I got to get my one last, good point in around this notion of, Eric's comment, which is absolutely right, that China believes the West and democracy is in decline. And I think the strongest rebuttal of that has been the courage of the people of Ukraine, who literally are voting with their lives to say they will give up on their lives to touch the system that we all take for granted. And the fact that not just NATO and Five Eyes, but Japan and South Korea, I wish India and Israel and others were in, that the vast majority of democracies in the world have stood up to that. I also want to give a shout out to our intelligence communities, not just ours, but the Brits and others, with forward leaning of trying to pre-warn about Russian misinformation propaganda. I think we need to be very aggressive before Russia has these plebiscites in parts of Ukraine they've occupied with the same kind of forward leaning. I think the health of democracies, not just ours, but others, is actually quite strong, and the Ukrainian people's courage ought to be applauded.
Thank you all.
You got to do it.
Good enough friends that we had.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you all.
Super well done.
It's all right. Hanging in there.
Thank you all. Perfect, thank you. May I call up to the stage Toria Newland and Jim Sciutto, please? Thank you. So Toria is not only one of our great foreign policy practitioners, foreign service officers, she also wins the prize for most committed person to be here, because have you been in 7 airports? Something like that.
My Midwestern tour.
We absolutely appreciate that Toria Newland is willing to be with us today. She, of course, is the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, the 3rd ranking official in the US State Department. And boy, since I worked as a junior person in that office years ago, that is one of the hardest jobs in the US government. You have responsibility for all the regions of the world. You wrestle with all the hard issues every day. So we're so excited to hear from you and from Jim Sciutto from CNN. Thank you.
Glad you made it.
Thank you, Jim.
It's never certain you make it in or make it out on schedule, but
thank you for staying.
I'm happy to.
I usually tour the world, and this time I got to tour the Midwest of the United States.
And the airport hotels of the Midwest.
Exactly.
And thanks to all of you. We have a half hour, a lot of stuff to run over, so I'm going to do not quite speed round, but I'm going to try to get through a lot of topics here. And I have something of an advantage having spoken to Richard Moore yesterday with the UK intel view of the war in Ukraine, China, other threats. So I might bounce some of his thoughts off you and see where the US and UK stand, and do they share the views. So on that note, I wanted to start with Russia and Ukraine, because his assessment, the MI6 assessment of the status of the Russian invasion was just scathing. I mean, he says that Russian forces, in his terms, are going to run out of steam, he expects, be forced into another pause. He described Putin from a strategic standpoint as suffering from a series of epic fails, again, his words. So my first question to you is, does the US share that scathing assessment of where Russia's invasion stands?
Well, first of all, thanks, Jim, for doing this, and thanks to Aspen for having us back here. Listen, the US and the UK are in lockstep on the intelligence, on the policy, on the vital imperative of supporting Ukraine now. I think Senator Warner said it best. Ukraine is on the front lines of defending democracy for all of us right now. And you had a good overview from Bill Burns yesterday, who made clear that one of the problems with running an autocracy is it's pretty scary for your people to tell you the truth. So when President Putin was convinced that, Russian forces would take Kyiv in 5 days, that they would be greeted as liberators, that the Ukrainians would welcome them, that in fact, Ukraine is a historic part of Russia, not so much. And they vastly miscalculated, obviously, at the beginning of the war, coming in from 5 different places and being, roundly rebuffed. I think what we've seen in the last month and a half is that the Russians have recalibrated the fight to their traditional advantage, which is coming in from the east of Ukraine, so they have all of that support along the Russian border. But now the parts of Ukraine that the Ukrainians are seeking to win back, from Kherson outside of Crimea to the southern areas above Mariupol, and I know you know this well, and the Sea of Azov, where the grain comes out of, and great news today on the Odessa ports, it has to be implemented. It's harder for the Russians because they're command lines are longer. Now that the U.S. is giving these long-range artillery pieces, the HIMARS, they're getting behind the Russian lines and upsetting the command and control, and also, making it harder for them to organize themselves. So.
Would you go, and I want to ask you about the grain deal in just a moment, would you go so far as to say that Russia is losing in Ukraine today?
I think when General Milley said it's a war of attrition, he's right. I think the question is, who's got the better strategy, who's got the better tactics? And just as the last panel said, never vote against America, President Biden's favorite line, never vote against Ukraine and Ukrainians, and they're fighting for their homeland. And the Russians have made a lot of mistakes.
So some positive news today. You referenced the grain deal. There's certainly not a fait accompli going into it. How did this deal come together, and does the U.S. believe that it will happen as agreed to?
Well, your last point is most important. This was 6-7 weeks in negotiation led by UN Secretary General Guterres with strong support from Turkey. And it should have been easy, you know. We could have done this on the back of an envelope in the middle of an afternoon with will. So the fact that Russia, for all these months of the war, has been blocking Ukrainian grain getting out to the world, in addition to what it does to ensure fields can't get planted and terrorizing farmers, has made this not only a European crisis, but obviously a global crisis in terms of food security. So this came together because I think Russia ultimately felt the hot breath of global opprobrium, and it was losing the global South, who had become convinced that this was really NATO's fault, et cetera. But now, when it understands that it is Russia that is blocking the food that feeds the people of Mozambique, for example, where I was 2 weeks ago, 30% of their grain comes from Ukraine, it was losing support. And you see that in the fact that, you know, Putin has to go ask for favors from the Iranians, and he's asking the North Koreans to come to Ukraine. So with friends like that, they had to make some moves, I think.
Well, it sounds like, I mean, certainly not out of altruism, but out of necessity, it sounds like the U.S. has some confidence that this deal will go through, that Russia will allow it to happen because of the pressures you described.
Well, let's see. And as we are saying today, you know, it's now incumbent on Russia to actually implement this deal. But it is very well structured in terms of monitoring and in terms of, you know, channels that the grain ought to be able to get out of. Russia also was out there complaining to the world that its own fertilizer and grain couldn't get out. In terms of the U.S. posture, we never put sanctions on Russian food or on its fertilizer, but we have now given them comfort letters. So it may also have had to do with the fact that it was hard for them to get shippers and insurers and others to move their grains, so they also need the money, given what else we're doing to them.
Since I've been covering this war, I sometimes feel like I'm living in a World War II newsreel. You know, the air raid sirens, you know, deliberate attacks on civilians, but the dawn or redawn of concentration camps, right? Filtration camps. You've been at the forefront of drawing attention to this. What is the U.S. sense of the scale of these camps, to the extent that we know? And are these people, in effect, hostages?
Well, first, Jim, a shout out to you personally, to all of the U.S. news organizations who have worked so hard to cover this war and bring it not just to the American people, but globally, because it makes it much harder for Putin to hide his crimes. You talk about this being a World War II scenario, and I agree there are absolutely Hitlerian aspects of this, but there are also medieval aspects to this in terms of the brutality, you know, everything from the mass graves in Bucha, but now we are hearing stories of up to 10,000 Ukrainians forced into camps, both in Ukraine, those who were residents of Mariupol and some of those cities that got taken first, and Kherson, and some other camps over the border in Russia, unable to leave and unable to contact their families, et cetera. And even worse, when the Ukrainian First Lady was here earlier this week, she made a plea for the Ukrainian children who are being exfiltrated. So first Russia makes orphans, and then it steals those orphans, up to 1,000 Ukrainian kids being stolen and taken and given to Russian families, potentially never to be found by their families again. So these are the kinds of horrors that Russia is willing to perpetrate, all because one man thinks he has a right to Ukraine.
From the beginning of this, folks have drawn potential parallels between Russia's designs on Ukraine and China's designs on Taiwan. And I wonder, do you think that the international response, both in terms of, well, the NATO, the Western response in terms of weapon supplies, economic sanctions, have been sufficient to make Xi and Beijing think twice or think again about the prospect of military takeover of Taiwan?
There's no question, Jim, that the Chinese are watching this Russia war against Ukraine and studying it with a fine-tooth comb in all manners, both in terms of the military tactics that the Ukrainians have used to defend themselves, the Russian mistakes, and in terms of the economic unity of all of the countries who have imposed sanctions, the fact that against Putin's predictions and potentially against Xi's predictions, so many countries have held together in blocking Russia from the global financial system, the export controls, the kinds of things. Our playbook that potentially China would have to worry about in a Ukraine scenario. They're also having an interesting dance, as Bill Burns made reference to here, with Moscow, because Moscow is asking for money and for weapons. It's asking China to acknowledge and accept annexation that the Russians have already formally done of Donetsk and Luhansk. So far, the Chinese have declined, we believe, to do most of those things. And they are trying to maintain this image of honest broker, at least publicly. But at the same time, and the last panel made some of this clear, they are also hiding their hand as they augment and help the Russians with their global propaganda effort, spreading lies about the war, et cetera, in the information space. So a little of this, a little of that, but certainly they are watching.
The sanctions have worked in cutting off Russia from a lot of trade except where they make their most money, which is energy. And you know this better than me, but their monthly haul from oil sales is higher than it was before the invasion. And Putin, it seems, calculates that he can outlast the West on this. Is there enough unity to bring the energy sector more definitively into the realm of sanctions? I mean, there's talk of by the end of the year, you know, Europe weaning itself off, but hasn't happened yet, and he's still banking the money. Will that be fixed?
This is a main line of effort and has been for some time, Jim. There are many aspects to it, including the president's trip to Saudi and trying to get the global price of oil down because, of course, the Russians were major beneficiaries when global prices were much higher than they are today. The Europeans, as you know, have now made a firm decision to cut themselves off from Russian oil by the end of the year and to deny insurance and shipping and all of those kinds of things. The problem, though, is that that could have the effect of increasing the global price, and then Russia makes its money elsewhere from China and India, et cetera, which is why you've seen, if you've been watching the fine print of the press and of the president's recent trip to Europe, you've seen us talking about a price cap, a buyer's cap, whereby the European sanctions on insurance and shipping, our sanctions on insurance and shipping, would kick in for Russian oil that is above a certain price, so that the Russians would make a tiny bit of profit, enough to make it worth it to keep their oil on the market, because we need Russian oil on the market, otherwise the shortage makes the price go up, but not so much that it can fuel the war. So that's one piece of it. There's obviously money that they make from gas, and there is the diversification effort all over the world. So this is a major line of effort that we're working on now.
Another pillar of that plan was getting Iranian oil back on the market. I asked Richard Moore yesterday his assessment of the chances of an Iranian nuclear deal, resurrection of it, and he said he's not just skeptical, he said he doesn't believe the Supreme Leader wants to make that deal. What does the U.S. think? Are those negotiations going anywhere?
The deal is sitting there on the table for the taking if the Iranians want it, and as you said, there's only one decision maker in Iran. It would get their oil back on the market. It would get them some relief from some of the sanctions that have come on. But so far, they haven't chosen to go in that route. He's, you know, frankly, the Iranian people pay the price as their prices go up and inflation goes up. And if he doesn't take the deal, we're going to have to increase the pressure, of course.
Do you share, does the U.S. share the UK's pessimism, read that he doesn't want to, that it's done?
You know, it's interesting that they haven't thrown over the table yet. They haven't walked away when they could have done that over these many months where the deal's been ready and sitting there. So, you know, let's see what happens.
Next month will be 1-year anniversary of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Has that withdrawal left the U.S. less safe from international terrorism?
Let's start with the difference between the two terror groups that we faced in Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda, which was closely aligned with the Taliban, which they have more capacity to keep under control now that they run the joint, and ISIS, which, you know, is an enemy of ours, but an enemy of the Taliban as well. So among the things that we are continuing to talk to the Afghans about, and we do have a quiet channel with them, is that they've got to do a better job of dealing with the potential for ISIS to rise again in parts of Afghanistan. They complain about some of the things that the United States does in intelligence terms to keep ourselves safe, and we've made clear that we will continue to do those things, and we'll continue to work with all their neighbors to squeeze the space as long as they don't have control over their territory.
I haven't met anyone who believes or trusts the Taliban to have control over their territory. And you have folks like Bill Burns who acknowledge that over the horizon, counterterror doesn't work nearly as well as being on the ground. Richard Moore, the British view as well, they call it outside in. They acknowledge it's not as good at doing the job. So where does that leave us?
You know, I think among the things that one has to keep watching, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's in Africa, where ISIS is also present and has largely a regional footprint right now, is whether their capability grows or regenerates in these places such that it can reach beyond the neighborhood that it is in. And we keep an extremely close watch on that, and we'll do what is necessary to protect the American people and our allies.
Was it a mistake for the U.S. to pull out as abruptly as it did?
You know, I think we're going to have a number of after-action reports coming out from all of the government agencies that were involved. I think this is a very long story that starts with whether or not the Taliban ever intended to have a power-sharing deal of the kind that the previous administration thought was possible. And encouraged, and was willing to take troops down to a dangerous level during the negotiation of. If you believe that they were never sincere in that, then you have to ask what they were doing 4 years ago. If you believe that there was a chance that they might have been willing to do that had the Afghan forces mounted a stronger counterattack, particularly around Kabul, then there's a question as to why that happened. But obviously, at the moment when we understood that the Afghan forces were not going to be able to hold, we had an obligation to our citizens, to those who had worked with us in Afghanistan, to move as quickly as we could, and as many people as we could, our allies and partners and Afghans to safety. And that is what we were involved in last summer and what we've been doing since, because we continue to get Afghans at risk out of Afghanistan.
I want to ask you about that because, as you know, the vast majority of SIVs are still there. The vast majority of Afghans who served along with the U.S. military and other high-risk capacities are still there. But as you know, there's only one president at a time, and President Biden was president for, 7 months by the time the Afghan withdrawal was complete. He could have taken General Milley's suggestion and kept 2,500 troops there. You know, the finger in the dam description, as he will often say, to keep the dam from breaking as it did. I just wonder, with hindsight, 11 months and all the costs to bear, do you or others in the administration look back and say, we made a mistake?
Again, I think there are going to be a lot of after-action reports that look at some of these things. I would simply say that the deal that was cut with the Taliban before President Biden came into office was that U.S. troops would go down, they would not go up. And it was on that basis that the Taliban were not fighting. And had we increased troops without a negotiated understanding with the Taliban about that, which, was hard to imagine that would have been possible, they would have gone back onto a major war footing, not simply vis-a-vis the Afghan government, but vis-a-vis U.S. forces as well. So, 2020 hindsight, but also there were many risks in that course, and the president had to weigh his options and make a decision.
I'm sure I'm not alone among people in this room who knows Afghan SIV applicants from their time traveling there. I've been making an effort to get some families out, so far stifled. Some have had success. It's not easy to have success, but the numbers speak for themselves. The vast majority have not been able to. The process is slow. It's difficult. I mean, it'd be hard for me, based on what I've seen of it, to make it happen. It's hard for people I talk to there who are currently in hiding trying to go through this process. Why? Why 11 months later have those delays? And I know that some of the standards were just relaxed as a policy decision. Why? What explains that for people who laid their lives down on the line for U.S. forces there?
Again, in terms of what has happened since August 30th, 31st, 2021, I'm going to lay this at the feet of the Taliban, because we have processes in place to get the 10,000 or others who are ready to come out, and the Taliban have been extremely parsimonious in terms of who they've let on airplanes, who they've let across the
It's not just the Taliban, though, because the approval process is
slow.
Brutal.
We are working very hard every day to try to speed it up. We had a bunch of folks who were ready to go out into Pakistan just a month ago, and they were not able to do that. We've had folks lined up, probably friends of yours, who are approved to travel, and we haven't been able to get flights out. But with regard to those who are already in the pipeline, we're doing our best to speed that up as well.
Understood. And I don't mean to underestimate the difficulty of getting flights out or even getting passports, right?
Yeah.
Passport issuance is there.
Right.
So I'm not saying they don't have a role to play. Yeah. I'm just saying, we're trying to zero in on the U.S. side of it.
And I would also say, Jim, that, a lot of these people who worked with us are extreme patriots of Afghanistan, right? And they wanted to stay to the very end, hoping for a better outcome for their country, which is why it's also difficult now. Yeah.
I want to, if I can, given events in this country today as highlighted by the January 6 hearings, I often hear when I travel, for instance, when I was in Madrid for the NATO conference, that folks I know, diplomats I know overseas will say, sincerely, right, I'm concerned about what I see happening in your country. I'm not the first person to mention this to you. I just wonder, in your interactions, do you hear those concerns, and what is your answer to them?
We practice an extreme form of democracy, and that's what we are seeing in
X Games
action.
democracy.
Exactly. That is what we are seeing in action right now. And I frankly think it sets a profound example for both mature and more fragile and younger democracies, that we are having these hearings now, that we are having Justice Department investigations, that all of this is coming out, that nobody's, no insurrectionists' phone records and emails are safe from scrutiny, and that we're doing it in a bipartisan way, and we're doing it on television. Imagine trying to get that done in Vladimir Putin's Russia or Xi Jinping's China. And so, every day we work for a more perfect democracy, and we try to set that example for others. But as my boss, Tony Blinken, likes to say, we have to go out there in the world with humility, because obviously we got our own warts and problems. And when we do this sort of summit of democracy work that the president has us doing, it's not, we're the best and everybody follow us. It is every single democracy has to work every day at its system, and that's what we're doing.
In your role, this U.S. soft power, arguably as essential as U.S. hard power, has U.S. soft power been diminished by just the bareness and violence sometimes, sadly, as shown on January 6th, of the political divisions in this country.
You know, I think Senator Warner said it best on the last panel. There are crazy Americans too. And when you add to that the cocktail of guns and, you know, and we need as a country to get a handle on this. And there are also mental health problems out there that we need to get a handle on. That said, when you think about things like the #1 global impact from Russia's brutal war on Ukraine, which is food insecurity. You know, nobody but the United States could rally the world as we are doing now, could be as generous as we are being nationally, $5.6 billion already, to address that global need that's come about as a result of one of the world's worst global authoritarians, you know, imperial ambitions. But we are telling the rest of the world, we're not going to leave you alone with this problem. We're going to rally the world, we're going to rally UN systems, and we're going to get this, you know, free the wheat and free the sunflower seeds out of Odessa port. And, you know, when I go around the world, and as I did this 6-country tour of Africa, a 5-country tour, four countries, 5 cities, 3 weeks ago, people are saying, thank you for hearing, thank you for listening, thank you for getting everybody else involved. And that's what gets me up in the morning as an American diplomat. We still have enormous ability, you know, to galvanize the world as needed.
4 countries, 5 cities. That was your route to Aspen, was it?
Exactly.
In the last 24 hours?
No, that was, yeah, that was the American version of that tour, yeah.
We have 49 seconds. I will try to often end interviews with a question, what is the most hopeful development you've seen in the last 6 to 12 months?
I would say that, you know, the unsung small conflict, not small conflicts, but dangerous conflicts that have begun to ease, whether it's in Ethiopia, whether it's in Sudan, whether it's the ceasefire now in the Yemen war, but more importantly, the democratic world, advanced democracies, medium-sized democracies coming together to say no when an authoritarian wants to break the UN system, wants to break international rules of the road, and eat another country just because he thinks he gets to. And we've all stood up together and said no, and great thanks to the American people too, and American news organizations for being part of that campaign to ensure that democracy thrives and survives in Ukraine and for all of us.
So we'll end on a hopeful note. Toria Nuland, thanks so much.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Ready for our next session. Undersecretary Nuland may have gotten the award for the most circuitous route, but Dr. Mark Esper, the 27th Secretary of Defense, actually flew in direct from Taipei, so we're expecting a lot of new news out of there, sleeping in Seattle Airport for us last night so he could get to Aspen on time today. So looking forward to it. Thanks very much, Dr. Esper. And he's ably in the hands of Peter Baker, the chief White House correspondent at the New York Times, and we're looking forward to hearing about the future of Taiwan. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here with us. Thank you, Secretary Esper, for flying in. He sent me a note, I think it was in 3 in the morning or something last night, saying he was on his way, so he gets the award along with Toria Nuland for the most arduous journey, I think, to join us here today. We're very lucky to have you. And if you haven't read his book, A Sacred Oath, it's just out right now. I think it may be on sale in the booksellers. It's a great memoir of his time as Secretary of Army and the Secretary of Defense. So, as we just heard, of course, you're just back from Taiwan. It's amazing you're awake. You met with President Tsai Ing-wen, I'm not going to pronounce that right, and you declared while you were there that you thought that the one China policy has outlived its usefulness. What did you mean by that, and what does that mean for us? What policy should we be pursuing, if not that?
Yeah, no, thanks, Peter. And first of all, it's great to be here at Aspen again, to chance to talk with all of you. So I spent a week there, met not just with the president, but with her entire leadership team, the defense minister, the foreign minister, econ minister, et cetera. And my message was this, was that, yeah, I believe that the one China policy has run its course. 2022, it's now 50 years old. And if you go back to the original language talks about Chinese on both sides of the strait, and it talks about them believing that Taiwan is part of China. Well, look, those two tenets are no longer true. First of all, a majority of people on Taiwan now identify as Taiwanese, not Chinese. And secondly, they long ago renounced any ambition to returning to the mainland and claiming it. And then I think on top of that, the other piece of this is clearly China has been violating the unwritten, maybe some would say unwritten rule. That is, of course, it's embodied in the Taiwan Relations Act, but they would not use coercion to determine the final status, if you will, of Taiwan. And clearly, China has been upping its game now for years vis-a-vis Taiwan in terms of intrusions by its aircraft into its air defense identification zones, its naval deployments and exercises, all kinds of things it's doing to coerce Taiwan to negotiate, which means basically accept their proposal for one country, two systems.
Is this a view you had when you were secretary, or is this something you've come to lately? What's changed your mind if you had another view before?
My focus as Secretary of Defense, of course, was updating our China war plans. You know, we identified as part of the National Defense Strategy that we were now in an era of great power competition, our greatest competitor being China, followed by Russia. And so I spent my efforts, most of my time on that case and really gearing the department toward China, doing everything we could to focus the military. So I didn't take as much time to think about the larger policy issues that stretch back to, again, one China, the 6 assurances, the communiques, et cetera. But since then, I've had the chance. And of course, the world has changed as well. We saw what happened with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as terrible as it was, proved that dictatorships, authoritarian regimes are still alive and well. And then we've seen China, again, continue to up its game. It's proclaiming that their system is better than ours in the wake of COVID. And now we have Xi Jinping facing a party Congress that will likely elect him to a third term as General Secretary.
Well, I'm going to ask you about Ukraine in a minute, but and the impact for Taiwan. But this is a really interesting week to be talking about Taiwan because we've seen reports that Speaker Pelosi plans to go there next month. That has obviously agitated the folks in Beijing. And the president Biden was asked about that. He said, the military thinks it's not a good idea right now. You should be charged with the military. Is it a good idea? No speaker has been there since Newt Gingrich 25 years ago.
I do not think we should allow Beijing to determine where American officials travel or don't travel. And I don't think we should be rattled by whatever they say or do. They get upset over so many things. I think if she wants to go, and if they think it's appropriate, they being the Taiwan government, then she should go. I think it's important that American leaders and European leaders and others visit Taiwan, meet with the leadership, and make their own assessment about what's happening on the ground there. Look, this is a robust democracy with a thriving economy, and we've been friends and supporting them for a long, long time. And so this is where I get back to, I think we need to begin a national discussion about U.S. policy toward Taiwan and China by extension, of course, and ask ourselves, is this a strong enough and credible enough foundation upon which to build new strategies and likely make some tough decisions in the coming years? Because China is the greatest strategic challenge we face in this century.
Well, as you know, of course, President Biden seemed to be indicating some movement away from strategic ambiguity during his trip.
He said three times that we would come to the defense, and I don't understand why, but then the White House walked it back 3 times. I think President Biden's spot on.
Right. Well, what do you think? What do you think is going on there? Is he freelancing? Is he indicating something more general, and his staff is too cautious? What's your interpretation?
My crystal ball doesn't work that well. I think Jake Sullivan will be up later today. You can ask him. Well, first of all, I'd say, look, people make mistakes, right? They say something they shouldn't. We've all done that. I've done that. But 3 times?
If he says it 3 times, that means he means it, right?
Right.
Right.
So, look, again, I think his instincts are right. And I remember Joe Biden from my days on the Foreign Relations Committee. He knows foreign policy, and I think he knows what's at stake. And he's outlined clearly, as we did in our administration, that I see this competition now is on between the democracies of the world and the autocracies in the world, and we, the West, have to stand up and take on this challenge.
We had a session earlier this week while you were in Taiwan with the Chinese ambassador who came out here and talked, and he gave a fairly robust, let's say, some people thought pretty provocative, set of comments in which he said the United States was hollowing out and blurring out the one China policy and implying that there would be a real cost to us if we did that. What would you, if you were to change that policy, what should we do to prepare for whatever cost there might be, and can we do that at the same time we're confronting Russia in Europe?
Well, I'm not suggesting we stumble into a war with China. That's the last thing we want. That's the last thing the world needs. But again, I think our policy needs updated and revised. It needs to be based on our principles and take a look at the situation as it is, not the way the Chinese think they want it to be or they prefer it to be. I mean, they've tried for decades now to redefine one China to say that that the United States believes Taiwan is part of China. We never agreed to that, number one. And I did see snippets of what he said about the win-win policies. Look, the bottom line, everybody knows it. Nobody feels it more than the countries of Asia, the strong-arm bullying, the coercion, the saber-rattling of the Chinese. I mean, they have their maritime militia sinking fishing boats. They're conducting exercises in the Senkakus that are governed by the Japanese. They're making claims in the Philippines, all across the 9-dash line. They are the ones that are trying to reshape the international law, international rules, and international order to their aims. And that's what we have to deal with. I have no problem with China's rise. We should embrace it. We've tried to embrace it, but it can't be at the expense of a system that has brought hundreds of millions of people prosperity and peace for the last 75+ years.
What was the mood like in Taiwan? I mean, what did they think as they are watching what's happening in Europe? They're watching a larger country try to reabsorb a territory that it believes belongs to them in a very imperial way, as Toria Nuland was just talking about. How does that look to Taiwan? What lessons are they taking from Russia's war in Ukraine?
There is a clear, heightened awareness, a sobriety, if you will, about 2 things that have happened or will happen. First of all, of course, is the Russian invasion of Ukraine and what's played out there, and I can share with you here in a moment some of my recommendations to them in terms of how they should respond. But the second is that they see China's Party Congress happening in November. Xi Jinping will be elected to a 3rd term. He may be elevated to the status of chairman. They expect that there will be leadership changes, but by the spring, they think that he will be free to do what he wants. Now, at the same time, we all see what's happening in China. You have economic problems. They are probably in negative GDP territory, which is unusual. You have a banking system that seems to be collapsing in front of us because it's over-leveraged, I think 260% of debt to GDP. You have a real estate market that's broken. There are a lot of internal problems that are known and unknown that may suggest he may want to do something outside of China to distract the people. But I think the bet is that won't happen until next spring.
And what should we be doing in terms of helping Taiwan get ready if that is going to happen? Because right now, of course, we're shipping a lot of munitions, a lot of arms to Ukraine. At a certain point, there is a physical limit to that. Does that impact our weapons that are being shipped to Taiwan? They are particularly interested in the Javelins and the Stingers. Is the United States doing enough? What should we be doing? What should the United States government do to get industry to make sure they're keeping that pipeline going?
Yeah, the weapons issue is an issue, not just for them, but for many of our European partners as well. And their frustration is with the slowness of arms sales. And I told them, well, that's not unique. We've always been slow in terms of arms sales. But that's kind of the immediate issue. I think, the discussions we had, I came back or up with 5 recommendations to them. Number one, they need to have a dramatic increase in their defense budget. The 2.1% is just inadequate for the task they have ahead of them. Number 2, they need to extend their conscription from 4 months to at least a year and make it far more rigorous. Number 3, they need to adapt their warfighting strategy to be an asymmetric approach and then procure the capabilities associated with that. Number 4, they need to really revitalize their reserve mobilization system. It's just not where it needs to be. And then number 5, and they recognize this as well, they need to be stockpiling energy supplies, foodstuffs, arms, equipment, and they need to have resilient and a resilient infrastructure such as telecommunications. If they do those 5 things well, and if we and our European allies can help them with that, they will be in far better shape for what may be coming down the road.
What lessons do you...
And actually deter it. I mean, the important thing here is we're trying to deter conflict. We want Xi Jinping to wake up every morning and say, not worth it today, right?
What do you think Xi Jinping has seen as he's watched what Vladimir Putin has experienced in Ukraine, right? Because there was the expectation, again, as Toria Nuland just talked about, alluded to, that the Russians would have a blitzkrieg-like action in Ukraine and be much more successful than they have been at conquering territory and toppling the government. Has Xi Jinping looked at that and drawn any lessons from it, do you think?
Yeah, the sense is, my sense has been too, that he has seen what I hoped he would see, and that was, while a little slow and a little mixed, a strong Western reaction, and Western being not just Europe, but also, Korea, South Korea, Australia, Japan, and others, Western democratic reaction to Russia's invasion and a response with economic sanctions, financial sanctions, the cutoff of various supplies and supply chains, diplomatic isolation, all those things. He has taken notice of that. Now, I suspect as well that he's probably taken notice of the poor performance of the Russian military and is probably asking his generals and admirals, are we really as good as you think we are? So that would be my sense. But
does that make him more or less willing to try adventurism?
I think less willing. I think if he's going to do anything, he's going to have to do quickly. But look, we always focus on the invasion scenario. There are other ways they could go about this. Everything from gray zone activities to missile barrages to cyber attacks to a blockade, a simple blockade of Taiwan, which gets back to the stockpiling needs. So all these scenarios are scenarios that we talked about that I know that they are looking at, and I think all those things are critical to deterring the decision that might come out of Beijing one day.
You mentioned that we're all surprised that Russia wasn't the 10-foot-tall giant that we had imagined it was, at least militarily. Are you surprised by that, and why do you think we misjudged that? We, the United States, and the military and the intelligence apparatus here misjudged that. Did we overestimate their capacity?
I was surprised, frankly. I thought they would have performed much better. They seem to have performed better in 2014 than they did today. And I was at an event last week with Secretary of Defense Austin, and he and I briefly discussed this. But I think it requires an assessment of our assessment with regard to how we got that right or wrong, and what does that mean for China? At this point in time, clearly NATO has a military capability, at least at the conventional level, that Russia's not going to take on. And so that's a good thing, that we can further deter any other bad behavior by them.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that the intelligence people did get right was Putin's intentions. They did manage, I think, to surprise him by accurately forecasting what he was doing and taking away his surprise and the false flag operations. You mentioned the various ways that we could find ourselves at odds with China. Just last month, according to Politico, a Chinese fighter jet had they call it an unsafe encounter with an American Special Operations 130 over the South China Sea. There have been other incidents recently with Australian and Canadian aircraft. Do you think the chances of conflict, whether they be sort of accidental or intentional, are greater today than when you left office?
Yes. And I was going to say, and by the way, don't forget, I was working in Congress at the time. Remember the famous encounter between a P-3 surveillance aircraft that caused a Chinese aircraft to be destroyed, and we had to land on Hainan. So
Secretary Rice remembers that with great great pain.
This bad behavior goes back, over 2 decades. So yes, I am more concerned because, again, I think we see Beijing getting more aggressive. I write in my book about in October of 2020. My concern that the Chinese may think that we're going to try and do something. I didn't want a misinterpretation. I didn't want some type of provocation to begin, and which is why we were back-channeling to the Chinese about these things. But if you look at what's happening out there, they do seem to be upping their game, pushing further. I mean, in the last few weeks, they asserted that the Taiwan Strait is not an international waterway. So that's a change, right? They're just laying claim to this. This gets back to their aim to change international rules and norms and laws to suit their own needs.
What should we do about that? Do we test that theory? Do we send ships through the
We
straits?
should continue. So we upped the game in terms of freedom of navigation operations during my time in office. I think we're now at a pace of doing one a month through the Taiwan Strait. We should keep that up. We should not back down. We don't need to be provocative ourselves, but we should continue to assert the rights to fly, sail, operate anywhere international law allows.
So give me a 1 to 10. 5 years from now, we're here at the Aspen Security Forum. What is the likelihood that we will have had some sort of a military encounter, if not an actual war with China by that point? I mean, how much should we be worrying about this?
I'm not sure we should worry about it, but we should be very conscious of it and do everything we can to prevent an unnecessary conflict or provocation. We do not want to go to war with China for many, many reasons, right? We want to manage this relationship, but this managing the relationship doesn't mean we back down either. That's why when I talk about One China, I think we need to look at our policies and our approaches and make sure they are principled, that they are realistic, and that they are durable. And by the way, they have to be supported by the American people. That's why I think we need to have this discussion about Taiwan and China and what it means. The last thing we want to do is to get in a conflict with China, and then the American people are asking, well, where did this come from? You know, what's going on? I think we need to have that conversation. And it begins in places and forums like this about what our policy should be. Look, there are 23 million people living on Taiwan. They've embraced democracy for 20+ years. They share our values. They love the things that we love. There's no reason why they can't participate in international organizations like the WHO or ICAO or other things. There's no reason why they have to struggle to get free trade agreements. I think our government should conclude a free trade agreement with Taiwan by the end of next year. Those are ways by which we can send the message that we're adapting our policy. And then if we do that, then European governments can follow. And those are just some ideas out there.
So I would take it then when President Biden started this Indo-Pacific economic framework a couple months ago, that Taiwan should have been included in your view?
Yeah, I think that was a mistake to exclude them. I think the administration has done good things in terms of embracing the Quad early, the quadrilateral security dialogue early, and then having meetings. But I thought that was a mistake to exclude Taiwan from that economic framework.
Now, President Biden says he expects to speak with Xi Jinping by phone sometime in the next 10 days. If you were in his cabinet and he asked you, what would you recommend he say?
Look, my view is always, and I testified about this during my nomination hearing, we always lead with our values. And so we should talk about the importance of democracy and freedom and liberty. And that is a clear pathway to talk about Taiwan and our belief that, again, the future of Taiwan should be settled peacefully without any coercion or compellence by Beijing, and it should be negotiated, if at all, between Beijing and Taipei. And then I would get into the other issues about, China's adventurism, if you will, in the South China Sea. Look, when I was in office too, they restarted the conflict in the Himalayas with the Indians. So if you go around the border of Taiwan, of China, you can look at all the little flashpoints and what they're doing and how they're trying to really move toward their aim of being the world's global power by 2049. They've been clear about that. They're doing everything they can to modernize their military, to dominate several technological sectors. We know about China 2025. They have their wolf warriors when it comes to diplomacy, the Belt and Road Initiative. All these things are part of a grand plan to become the world's leading power by 2049.
When you look back at President Trump's time in office, his relationship with China was complicated, let's say, right? There were moments when he expressed great admiration for Xi Jinping. I was with him in Buenos Aires, and they had dinner together, and afterwards on the plane, he was just, gushing about him. And then there were times, obviously, when it was great confrontation, right? The trade war and the tariffs and so forth, especially at the end when he blamed them for COVID. When you look back on that, what lessons should the current administration take from President Trump's relationship with China? Is there something that you have drawn from that as a lesson of what to do, what not to do?
You're giving me all these great opportunities to plug my memoir, because I have a chapter on China in the book. Look, I think an accomplishment of the Trump administration is that we finally consolidated a consensus within the United States government that China is a strategic challenge and competitor, and that we needed a whole-of-government response. I give the NSC under H.R. McMaster and Matthew Pottinger credit for drafting that national security strategy. DOD followed up and drafted our own national defense strategy, and we went about implementing it, we being all the departments of government. That said, as I write in my book, President Trump never seemed to be fully on board with his own strategy. Now, certainly to him, the priority was the economics, and that really focused on tariffs. But as you just noted, it wasn't until the end of his last year where he really upped the game, and that was after COVID and what the Chinese did with regard to COVID. So I think the key thing was, part of this was the relationships he was trying to build with Putin and Xi Jinping and others. You can't make the relationship so personal that your feelings toward the other guy, if you will, or the other leader, kind of doesn't afford you the ability to see the bigger picture and follow the strategy that is best for the country. And so that is kind of my takeaway, if you will.
Since we mentioned President Trump, or I mentioned President Trump, I think I'd be remiss not to at least ask you a little bit about the hearings. It's not about Taiwan, but pardon my intrusion into this conversation on this. But last night, of course, we had the last of 8 hearings that Congress has held on the January 6th events. And I was struck by watching that you were very close to you would have been in the Pentagon, basically, had you not left a couple of months earlier on that day.
I left?
You left. You left. You left. Well, we can talk about that. And if you want to talk about that, feel free.
It's in my book.
It's in your book. He may have done you a favor, though, because you weren't there on January 6th, and your successor, Acting Secretary Chris Miller, was then in this position where the President of the United States was not in communication with him, not in communication with General Milley, not in communication, as we saw last night, with anybody about what should be done. In fact, when the Pentagon tried to get him on the phone, the answer was the President didn't want anything done. What is your reaction to that as a patriot, as a veteran, as a public servant? How do you look at that today?
Well, of course, I haven't seen many of the hearings. I've been on planes and trains and automobiles, but look, you're always shocked but not surprised at these things, and it's been described as a dereliction of duty. In my view, it is a dereliction of duty. Again, I'm not surprised by that being the outcome. He had a responsibility. He had numerous responsibilities, right? People ask me, well, is he a threat to democracy? And I've said yes. Why? Because it begins with challenging the election in the first place. I mean, it's one thing, every president has a right, and they should challenge any indications of fraud. But at a certain point, it was clear that there was no fraud. So to continue to challenge the election well into December, to then say, to invite people to come to D.C. on January 6th, to get them spun up that morning, and then fourth, to fail to call them off, to me is a dereliction of duty. And it's not in keeping with the best traditions of our country, let alone the Oval Office. So I think they're painting a stark picture of what happened and what we need to avoid in the future.
How much was the Lafayette Square episode hanging over January 6th in the sense of the desire to avoid having U.S. military forces, especially active duty forces, in the streets of the United States Capitol? And yet on January 6th, it probably would have been useful to have them, right?
I can't speak, obviously, about January 6th, but I can tell you from June 1st onward, when we were duped, if you will, in terms of the Lafayette Square March, and then, of course, the president wanted to deploy active duty troops. It didn't end in June. As I write in the book, this continued throughout the summer, the eagerness, the inclination to deploy, at least later, National Guard troops into the nation's cities to suppress the peaceful protests or the protests. And so there was a reluctance to get involved in that. My view was always, and I pushed back on the president to say, DOD's the last you want to send, and first of the last would be, National Guard. Our view was always send in local cops and then state and, whatever the case may be. It's a law enforcement problem, not a military problem. And throughout the summer and even later, we would always get these rumblings, oh, so-and-so's, this group is coming to town, we need Guard. And we would constantly push back on that, saying we're not going to do that. We want to see real reports. We want to understand it, and why are we going first? So there was that mood, that kind of sense that we had to be very careful, because DOD is an apolitical organization, and I worked hard, fought hard usually successfully to keep it that way. And so there is that sense, if you will, and that probably in one way, shape, or form contributed to the events on January 6th. Look, the other part of it is it's hard to call troops who are doing a traffic control mission in the streets of D.C. and immediately pivot them back, re-equip them, rebrief them, do all those things, and turn them back around and put them into that very difficult situation on Capitol Hill that day. So there is the timing issue of all that happens, but there was that mood in DOD that we were very cautious about being used or played or being manipulated in some way. That became one of my 4 no's, was that there would not be, I would not allow politicization of the DOD as one of my 4 no's.
You just got back from Asia, as we talked about. What is the impact, do you think, of our crisis with democracy here at home on our standing in the world? What does that do for our foreign policy, whether it be confronting China, an autocracy, as you talked about, or in Europe? Where is our own domestic trouble impacting our international relations?
Well, I didn't get a sense of that in Taipei. I mean, they are focused on what they need to do and their big neighbor to the west. So I really got no sense of that. But at the time, you know, all the living secretaries of defense wrote an op-ed just 2 days before January 6th, and I had tweeted about it, and I, again, write about it in the book. Look, we clearly lost credibility and stature on the world stage, the world's greatest democracy, oldest democracy to endure this. We lost something there, and we have to reclaim that. But at the end of the day, though, I'd say this much. We did prove the strength and resiliency of our institutions, and those institutions with their cultures and practices and all that. But at the end of the day, look, an institution is really only as good as the people that are in it, that man it, that run it, that staff it. And that's why we need good people to serve, good people of character who put country first, not president, not party, not philosophy, but country first. That is what will allow those people and institutions will ensure that our democracy prevails.
All right, well, that's a good way to end this. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. We're just setting up for what's going to be an amazing session, and Peter is again going to moderate for us. So as you know, because I've been telling you at every opportunity, the theme running through this conference, of course, is that we now face 2 determined adversaries. The old structures that we've worked with in foreign policy that have been comfortable for us for decades aren't necessarily working anymore. So we need to be a little bit more nimble and creative. Well, there's no better group to discuss these themes together than 3 distinguished former national security advisors, who I'm also lucky enough to call friends and who are wonderful human beings. So I'm going to embarrass you just a little bit. I think Steve Hadley said that his first job in government was during the Nixon administration, and I think, as you put it, Steve, it was like getting on the Titanic after it had already hit the iceberg. And he stayed to rebuild confidence in our national security establishment, and of course went on to do great, great things for the US government. Tom Donilon started during the Carter administration, when, as I pointed out at the very opening, we were struggling with inflation, a weak economy, a very expansionist Soviet Union with the invasion of Afghanistan. So a lot coming at us then too. And Condi, as she sometimes put it, cut her teeth at the NSC as a staffer at the end of the Cold War, the reunification of Germany, and I think, as you said it once, with seemingly everyone declaring democracy. And now that seems like an amazing part of our history, but it wasn't so certain that the Cold War was going to end peacefully. So this is just a reminder that this country has faced enormous challenges before, And through the really hard work and thoughtfulness and the innovation of people like Condi, Steve, and Tom, we've been able to get through it. So please come up to the stage. Thank you.
Just go ahead on the end. Just right next to Condi is fine. We want to separate these two. Okay, good. You're right next to me. All right. This is a high-power group here. I'm very glad to have all of these guys here. We're here to talk about the Denver Broncos and handicap the upcoming season, yes? Okay, all right. Wrong panel, sorry. But Secretary Rice, congratulations on your new share of ownership in the Denver Broncos. We're wishing you well and wishing the team well here.
Go Broncos.
Should be an exciting new role. You have been involved in plenty of physical hits in a metaphorical political sense. Now it'll be fun to watch in your new ownership box. We're lucky to have with us today the 19th, 20th, and 22nd National Security Advisors, as well as the 66th Secretary of State. And cumulatively, these three have sat in that famous northwest corner office of the West Wing for more than 10 years. It's a lot of scar tissue to show for it, I think. But also a lot of wisdom, and we're lucky to have them with us today to talk about the world in general. And as we just finished up with Secretary Esper, we were discussing, I think, the broader picture right now, and I think that's where we'd like to start. It's an extraordinary moment, really, in the world today. We have the war in Europe. We have a reordering in the Middle East. We have a long-term challenge in Asia, as we just discussed. We have the rise of populist extremists, the fall of globalism, maybe, the climate change roasting Europe as we speak, and, of course, the pandemic that just won't let go. So how would you assess where we are right now? How would you assess America's role in the world right now? And I'll start with Secretary Rice.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot. Peter, you do a great job of reporting on these issues and informing the American public, and I'll start there. I think this is a time where we and those in office and those out of office have got to spend a lot of time talking to the American public about why a continued American role is important. We know that there are isolationist elements on both sides of the aisle. We know that that Americans carry kind of two simultaneous and contradictory thoughts in their minds. One is, haven't we done enough? Can't somebody else do it now? We ended the Cold War, unified Germany, defeated Al-Qaeda, let over to somebody else. And on the other hand, Americans, when they see a big country try to liquidate a small one, as we're seeing in Europe, or Syrian children choking on nerve gas, or people being beheaded on television, they say, no, that can't happen. So somehow, we've got to appeal to the side of Americans that say, okay, if not us, then who? And the reason that I think I start with that is that the long list of challenges that you outlined and the fact that there is such great uncertainty makes even more important the American role as a kind of anchor for a balance of power that favors freedom. Not just a balance of power, but a balance of power that actually is consistent with our values. And so I start with, can we sustain an American role in the world? Can whoever's in the White House count on not just the Congress, but the American people to be there? And we're going to have a test of it. We'll get to this. We're going to have a test of it in Ukraine, because this is not going to be quick and over. It's going to require sustained effort, and I worry most when I think about it, can we sustain that effort? So I would start with educating the American people.
Well, Tom, I mean, that raises the question, a lot of people around the world would say this is an America in decline. Is that something you agree with? And if not, how do we show it?
Well, I disagree. I think if you did an analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of the United States going into this century, I think the United States has every possibility to remain the most important country in the world going forward. We can talk about that kind of assets and liabilities analysis. But to follow on Condi's point, it's a fraught moment. With combination of challenges, both internal and external for the United States, I think. We've had now two major global crises in a little over 2 years, the COVID crisis, which is still having an impact, Peter, as you said, and the Ukraine crisis, which really is a crisis with global impact. And that may very well be the third and fourth crises of the very short 21st century, if you count the 9/11 and the great financial crisis. And it presents incredible challenges to the United States. I'm reminded, Connie, listening to you, of the need for a long-term commitment here, and reminded of JFK's, in his inaugural address, talking about a long twilight struggle. That is where we are. As a country, I think we're at the front end here of a long struggle. The challenges that you outlined, Peter, are not going to be solved at a conference next month or next year. It's going to require sustained, as Condi said, sustained effort by the United States. In a period which looks very different from the period that Anya described, that Steve and Condi oversaw at the end of the Cold War, very different. And I think it's characterized, I'll finish on this, really by extraordinary fragmentation. During the post-Cold War period, we had, quite a bit of constructive and productive relationships and projects and work between and among the great powers. And that period is in the rearview mirror. And if you look at where we are today, I think one of the principal outcomes of the Ukraine crisis will be a long-term standoff between the West and Russia down the middle of Europe. I think that, number two, that's exacerbated U.S.-China and Western China relations, I think, and has diminished them. You have a partnership developing between China and Russia, which I think is durable and for real. And you have a whole set of countries, we would have called them non-aligned countries in the Cold War, the Global South today, who are in the middle, if you will, right? And over which there'll be a lot of competition, who will have to make choices and will take tremendous efforts by the United States on its diplomatic, economic, and military efforts to bring them on side, I think, in our efforts. So it's a fraught world, and I think with a tremendous amount of fragmentation and a dramatic change from the world that we had in the wake of the Cold War.
Yeah, I think in the White House, in your old offices, they refer to those non-aligned states now as swing states. That's actually the way they look at it. Steve, I mean, this fragmentation that Tom is talking about, how much does we talked about this with Secretary Esper a minute ago, how much does our crisis of democracy here at home hurt our credibility abroad? What do we do about that? It is a moment where we just can't seem to figure out our own business, so why would we be telling anybody else how to run theirs?
Well, two things. Question. Why is it fraught? It's fraught because we defeated fascism in World War II, defeated communism in the Cold War, emerged at the end of that period with a belief, and supported by where the rest of the world was, that our values of democracy, freedom, human rights were accepted as the paradigm for how you had a successful and prosperous state. And we built an international order based on those principles. And that is now at issue. We have the return of great power competition. We have a rise of new authoritarians. We have all the things we've talked about. It's a completely different world. What do we do about it? We can talk about all the foreign policy challenges. I think we can manage all of those with our friends and allies. We can't do it alone. We can with our friends and allies. But I would say one thing as a foreign policy person, it starts here at home. If we cannot establish a firm foundation here at home by fixing our politics so we actually can pass legislation to address our problems, get an economy going that is inclusive, that everybody benefits from, and restore the faith of the American people in our own democratic institutions, we will not be able to make the case to them for American leadership in the world, and we will not be able to make that case in the world, because quite frankly, the world, when they think about democracy, they think about the United States, and we don't look good right now. We need a brand refresh, and that starts by fixing our problems at home. So as foreign policy folks, I think we would all say to you, it begins here at home.
Well, and we talk a lot about leadership in this moment. And, you look at President Biden, obviously his approval numbers are low, they're almost Trump-like level. But he's not the only one. I mean, Mario Draghi is out, Boris Johnson is out, Naftali Bennett is out just in the last few days. In France, Macron is at a net negative 29 points. In Germany, Scholz is at a net negative 22 points. Trudeau in South Korea. What's going on? Do we have epically bad leaders right now, or do we have an epically sour mood beyond just the United States, or is this, again, a larger crisis of democracy outside not just our own borders, but across the world as we have seen it?
I'm inclined to say that it's not just bad leaders, but they happen to be unfortunate enough to be leading in a time of great impatience about everything. If you think about, I teach in a university, and knowledge is fast food, right? With all due respect, you Google it if you want to know it. And I will tell you, my students think that if they've Googled it, they've studied it. And so, in fact, we're in an impatient time, and in democracies, people's impatience, their sense that their needs are not being met, immediately translate into, all right, it's the jerk that I elected, and I've got to do something about that. You know, we've had this a long time in the United States, though, and the day that we inaugurate a president, that's the most amazing human being God ever created, and a year later, it's how did we elect that bum? And so I think it's part of the nature of the modern society that people want results quickly, and when they can't get results quickly, they're unhappy about it. I'll say two other quick things, though, Peter. The other point that I'd make is that in some places we also aren't delivering. If you think about the human condition today, we can't have any more third graders who can't read. We can't have any more 18-year-olds who are about to go off and get a college degree that's going to be basically worthless with a lot of debt attached to it. We haven't paid enough attention to our human potential, and people understand that. If you're the unemployed coal miner in West Virginia, we can talk about the value of globalization till we're blue in the face. You don't feel it. And so we're not delivering. But I do have to say one other thing. Let's not get into authoritarian envy. Right? Because there is this tendency to say, oh, authoritarians, they build such great airports, you know? Their roads are always clean. Our former president had a little bit of this tendency. And I say, yeah, you know, that zero COVID policy, how's that working out? That one-child policy. Now 34 million Chinese men don't have mates. And oh, by the way, let's just, on the whims of somebody who thinks he's Peter the Great, launch a destructive war against your neighbor and try to liquidate. So let's not get authoritarian envy when we look at some of the failures of democracy.
Just three quick things. I think that's exactly right. One is that these leaders come at a time, as I said, kind of in the wake of these two crises, which have been exhausting, frankly, and present leaders with very difficult challenges economically and in terms of society. So they're unlucky, I think, in terms of some of it. Second is there is deep polarization in democratic societies around the world. There's a lot of reason for that, right? Including technology, but there are other reasons as well, and they're subject to those cross pressures. On authoritarians, it's interesting. Condi, I agree totally with you. One other thing I think, we talked about the impact of COVID on democracies and the impact on these leaders and their approval ratings and their ability to get things done and the exhaustion in their societies. I think COVID has also had a negative impact with respect to diplomacy and the isolation of Putin and Xi Jinping. I agree. And you have Putin really seeing himself, right, as the embodiment of the Russian state, pretty much alone by himself for over 2 years, surrounded with people that both Steve and Condi and I know, who are really not the most forward-looking people in the world, right? Really surrounded by FSB and KGB characters. And if you think about what a KGB, FSB, senior successful person looks like in the late Soviet Empire, this is who's around him, right? Conspiratorial, anti-Western, right? Not very worldly. And so Putin does, I think, see himself as the embodiment, as I said, of the Russian state, and puts himself in the mind of thinking that he's a Peter the Great or something like that, and there's been no contact with him, right? I think Xi Jinping the same way. Now, China's not the same as Russia. There's a system in China by which decisions get made. But they have been very isolated and very, in kind of unprecedented ways if you look at the last 20 or 30 years. There's no feedback loop. So Xi Jinping himself and his system doesn't have the kind of interaction with the rest of the world. And I think that has negatively affected the quality of decision-making in Beijing as well as in Russia.
Steve, let's talk about Putin a little bit. Bill Burns told us just the other day that he is, quote, entirely too healthy, and that therefore the speculation that a lot of us had was, well, maybe he's sick, maybe something's going on there that's motivating him. Doesn't seem to be the case. So all three of you work for presidents who tried to get along with Russia. There was the Obama reset. There was President Bush and President Putin's friendship that they tried to stimulate. Is this the Putin you guys saw? Has he changed? Did we misjudge him in the past? Were we naive about him? Has he evolved or become more dangerous than we knew at the time? What is your take today, looking back with hindsight, about how we looked at Putin during your time in office and then after that?
Well, Connie will have some views on this. Look, I think there's this tendency to look at these people and think they sort of sprang fully formed at the day they came into office. Putin has been in office now for 20 years. He's learned a lot in that period. He's changed a lot in that period. I think we would say we started out trying to engage Putin, trying to incorporate Russia in international institutions. We actually made a lot of progress cooperating with Russia on a whole series of issues. I would say what was the problem was the color revolutions, which Putin decided were basically a CIA operation operating through NGOs to topple governments and put in place, we would say democratic, he would say democratic governments that were anti-Russian. And that it was a dress rehearsal for what we were going to do with Russia. And I think at that point, we lost him. And you then saw Georgia in 2008, where he invades Georgia to keep Georgia from moving west. And at the time, we said, if we can't invoke a major strategic cost on Putin, today it'll be Georgia, tomorrow it'll be Ukraine, and the day after it'll be Baltic states. And that's kind of where we are. So I think he's changed. But I also think he has now a vision of Russia as this restoration. It's a unique culture, and that he is going to restore not the Soviet Empire, but the Russian Empire. And that's really what Ukraine is all about. Because without Ukraine, Russia is a regional power at best. With Ukraine, it has pretensions for empire. And that's why this is so important an issue.
Secretary Rice, do you think he's the same? And if not, I mean, does that mean that there was something we could have done differently?
Well, he's more of who he was, I would put it that way. Let me just pick up on something that Steve said. You know, I first met Vladimir Putin when he was the deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. And I remember thinking to myself, why would he be associated with a reformist mayor, Anatoly Sobchak? He was a Russian nationalist. And what you have to understand about Vladimir Putin is that, like maybe some others in the KGB, he actually blamed communism for the collapse of the Soviet Union and for the fact that there was an independent Ukraine. I mean, in his speech just before the invasion, he actually blamed Lenin for Ukraine. So it becomes about the Russian nation. He actually told me on several occasions, you know, Russia's only been great when it's been ruled by great men like Peter the Great and Alexander II. Well, now he actually thinks he's Peter the Great. So something did change, and I think that Tom is onto something. The isolation, hanging out with these kind of modern-day Rasputins like Kovalchuk, getting in his head that he had a dynastic, messianic duty to do these things. Could we have done anything differently? I will go out on a limb here and say that I think everybody from the Clinton administration to the Bush administration to the Obama administration to the Trump administration did everything possible to try to integrate Russia into the international system. The idea that somehow we tried to humiliate Russia, we tried to impose a kind of Versailles-like, it just isn't true. But at some point, you had to say, let's take the expansion of NATO, which is always on the table when we talk about this. You know, what you're really going to say to the newly democratic Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, ultimately later on Romania, the Baltic states, oh, sorry, you've gone through this democratic revolution. You've broken away from a Soviet Union that can no longer keep, but you're still part of the Soviet Empire, so just get used to it. And it turns out that the Poles and the Hungarians and others, who they would remind us when we were at NATO, that this wasn't actually about NATO's role in Afghanistan for them. They were in NATO because Russia would be revanchist one day. And so maybe they understood it better than we did. And if I'm glad we did one thing, I'm glad we included as many countries as possible in NATO's, within NATO, or we might have been talking about a very different world than just Ukraine.
I agree with that totally, by the way. Yeah. On the NATO expansion point, it would be a very different Europe absent NATO expansion. And you think about where the barriers are with respect to what Putin might do, and it really is around Article 5 and NATO. And it was always from the beginning. I was deeply involved in the initial NATO expansion, as you know, and it was always from the beginning a hedge against a Russia pursuing imperialist or more aggressive goals. When's the last time, by the way, in terms of talking about Ukraine, you heard Putin talk about NATO expansion?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not.
And by the way, not in the 8 years that we knew him.
Yeah.
This issue didn't come up with me or with Steve or with George W. Bush. Later on, missile defenses in NATO came up. But if he'd been so worried about NATO expansion, you would have thought he would have talked about it.
Very rarely discussed. In all my conversations going into the second Obama term with Putin, quite directly, this was not really what was going on. Steve, I think, had it right. It was clear, I think, coming out of the color revolutions, coming into his second term, and out of the whole series of events in Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya, that in fact that he had decided that Russia was going to take a different and more unique role in the world, and that he was going to put a stake down and to resist kind of what he saw as the United States and Western pursuing its goals via these international operations. And at that point, I concluded and indicated to President Obama that he was no longer interested in integration. You remember, up until the Ukraine invasion in 2014, we had Russian soldiers at NATO headquarters, right? We had undertaken a major set of efforts to try to integrate Russia, both economically, militarily, and in other ways into the West. And he decided he wasn't interested in that. He was off on a different project, which I think was to build out the Russian Empire.
What do you think, did we hang on to that idea of integration too long? In other words, did we do enough after the 2008 Georgia war? Did we do enough after 2014 and the Crimea annexation? Did he take our responses to those events as not being all that painful to him, and therefore he could still continue to be aggressive?
I think we probably should have done more. Connie and I have had this discussion after Georgia. Should we have done economic sanctions, for example? Well, and then we reminded ourselves we were facing the greatest financial and economic downturn since the Great Depression. Not a great time to start imposing economic sanctions. But I think you can say we could have done more, probably should have done more. Would it have made a difference? I don't think so, because this is an idée fixe with Putin. And he's already shown, given the losses he has sustained, both on the military terms, but also economically, that he is wedded to this vision. He is all in this vision and is going to pay any price for it. And I think we have to take that seriously, and we have to take him seriously. And I was taken by an article, actually, by one of your colleagues at the New York Times, who said that this is Putin's three-part plan. One, he's going to take a big chunk of Donbass, as much as he can, and hold it. And he thinks over time the Ukrainians will kind of lose their will to fight. And at some point there will be a coup, and Zelensky will be out, and other figures within Ukraine will emerge, and they will make a peace with Russia that basically effectively brings Ukraine under Russia's sphere of influence. And then he thinks he'll be able to make up with the West, because he follows our politics, and he thinks that the trends of those in our societies, the populist trends, will at some point decide it is not worth it for the United States and Europe to pay so high a price in Ukraine, and they will make their peace with Russia. That's his vision. Yeah. And I think we have to take it seriously. And he's prepared to play the long game to get there. And his assumption is he can play the long game. He can hold his people behind that vision longer than we can hold our people into resisting it.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of challenges in that. You know, he made a fundamental misjudgment about the Ukrainian people, though, right? And I don't think he really understood that from 2014 on, there was quite a bit of resentment of Russia and Putin. If you had done a poll in Ukraine probably in 2011 or 2012, you would have found over 50% of the Ukrainian people having some positive opinions of Putin and Russia. And of course, that's now been destroyed. And it was destroyed over time from 2014 onward until the invasion of this past February 24th.
Well, Tom, so Steve just said that they should have done more after the 2008 Georgia war, even if it might not have had the impact that we would have liked it. Do you think that about 2014?
I think we probably we could have done more to push back against Putin at that time. I think that's right. I don't know if it would have ultimately made a difference with respect to his ultimate goals, but I think that's a fair point.
I just want to say, though, one thing happened after 2014 that we're now seeing the results of. I have to say, I was surprised at how good the Ukrainian forces are. So whatever we started to do to train the Ukrainian forces after Crimea has started to pay off. I just wanted to make one point that's not a Putin point, but it's about Russia. One of the things that really concerns me is we could lose an entire generation of Russians in this standoff with Putin. You know, I was first in the Soviet Union as a graduate student in 1979. And Soviet citizens looked at their feet. They accepted whatever shoes in green shoes in size 9 central planning spit out that year. They didn't travel. They didn't know anyone. And in the almost 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and if you add the Gorbachev period, this is a population that opened up to the world. I taught them in my graduate school of business classes at Stanford. They were in our law firms. They were in our banks. And there's a whole generation for whom opening up to the world was a great thing, and not just the intellectual elites. I mean, you know, modern or middle-class Russians spoiling their kids at Toys R Us and buying their furniture at IKEA. And for these city dwellers, Vladimir Putin is an anathema. But I worry that either this will to be more integrated as a people will simply be suppressed, which is what we're seeing, or they'll leave. And by many counts, as many as 600,000, 700,000 Russians have left. They are entrepreneurs, they are software engineers, they are educated people. And that would be a great tragedy because you can't isolate 150 million people forever. And I'm very worried about what happens to the Russian people.
That's what's going to happen during as long as Putin is there. You know, you will have this brain drain, no doubt about it. Think about this. If you were a technology worker, a knowledge worker in Russia, and you now look at your life going forward, completely cut off from the West and technology advancements and export controls on things that you want to work with. And indeed, as Connie said, the investment banks, the banks, the law firms, right, the consulting firms, the venture capital firms, right, you're now cut off. There's no, and you have to start thinking, there's no future for you here, right, going forward. And I think that is what's going to happen. I think that he's damaged his people and the state pretty dramatically.
Let me ask this as a quiz then. Is there anybody on the stage who thinks that Vladimir Putin will not survive in power as a result?
I think he will die one day.
Are you sure?
You know, happens to everybody. Look, I will admit that at the beginning of this, I thought he would be done because this was such a destructive war and what would happen to his own country. I probably, as much as I know about the country, underestimated the ability to really crack down on dissent. But sooner or later, this will be a Russia that is not, that is no longer, can even begin to be thought of as a superpower. It will be a Russia that's not just isolated, but poor. And I would, you know, there's never honor among thieves. And if I were Putin, I'd keep my eye on people like Patrushev.
What do you think, Steve?
You know, one of the problems about this and one of the great tragedies is Putin is using the excuse of his war on Ukraine to crack down domestically in Russia. And it is on its way to becoming, again, a totalitarian society. And the thing about totalitarian rulers is they could insulate themselves from strategic mistakes. And I think we would say Putin, over the long term, has made a strategic mistake because he's mortgaging the future of his own country. And I would say that Xi Jinping has made two strategic mistakes for which he's not yet paid but will pay. One is he's killed the goose that laid the golden egg. He's taken an economy that was integrated into the world and that was growing in double digits, and by his intervention in the economy, attacks on some of the companies that were really driving that economy, injecting of the party back into all aspects of affairs, he has reduced that growth rate to single digits. And I think that's a huge price that he has paid. And secondly, by his more aggressive foreign policy, he's woken us all up about the challenge by China. You know, you would have not heard the kind of conversations now about China 4 years ago, 5 years ago. But his own policies, by abandoning hide and bide, being more aggressive, has really woken up the world to the China challenge. These are two strategic mistakes, and the question is, when will the bill come due?
Yeah, one of the principal forces or assets behind U.S. diplomacy in Asia and around the world with respect to China has been China's conduct over the last couple of years. I agree with Steve also that the next year or so is a really critical time to watch in terms of China's future. Will Xi Jinping continue to pursue the statist economic policies, as Steve described, that he has pursued? Will he continue to disincentivize the private sector, which has been the core of the growth in China the last 20 years? Will they continue to become more isolated in terms of interaction with the world? And what decision will he make in the next 6 or 8 months with respect to COVID? Right now, of course, the last quarter's growth rate was 0.4%. I don't know how credible that is. I think it may probably negative. And at this point, is China going to be a 2 or 3% growth country, or anywhere near where it was before? So there are some fundamental decisions, Peter, I think, that Xi Jinping in China has to make in the next half a year to a year, which will really say a lot about the trajectory of that country.
Secretary Rice, what do you think about our approach to China at this point? There is a more bipartisan consensus that we need to be tougher on China. That's one thing that actually did occur during the Trump era, and I think President Biden has more or less continued that. He hasn't lifted the tariffs. Secretary Esper just said we should abandon the one China policy. I mean, what should we be doing with China in that regard?
Well, I do think it's a time to tread rather carefully, actually, because first of all, as Tom says, a lot is going to happen before this Party Congress. Once the Party Congress is over, I think we'll have both a better sense of how strong Xi Jinping really is. You know, it's funny, these regimes are bulletproof until they're not. Right? And so watching what's going on in China. Secondly, while I am as much a China hawk as anybody these days, I think we have to try to keep some sense of balance in our approach. And by that I mean do everything that we need to do in terms of making sure that the Chinese are paying a price for IP theft, that we are not enriching Chinese companies that then enrich the PLA. I'm for all of that. But I'll give you an example of where I think we would make a huge mistake. I sit at Stanford University. We have lots of Chinese students. There's a narrative out there that because Chinese students are Chinese, we have to be careful about having them in our labs and having them with access to AI. And I would say 3 things about that, and this is the balance point. Let's not make this into the Soviet Union 2.0. Let's remember that this was a China that was on an integrationist path, still has actually a lot at stake in what happens to the international economy. And let's see if we can play off of some of that to relieve some of the tension. So I always say about the students, there are 3 problems with the argument that the first is, you know, if you were going to stop this, you probably needed to shut this door 10 years ago because it underestimates indigenous Chinese development to just say they're just stealing. They're not just stealing anymore. Secondly, I would say, you know, so the graduate student who, quote, takes home secrets, do you know how open scientific inquiry is? You can simply pick up a scientific magazine and know what's going on in a lab. So let's not get overly. And finally, and I said this to FBI Director Wray, I said, you know, if you're worried about somebody as an agent of the PLA, don't give them a visa and we won't admit them. But don't turn universities into intelligence agencies because we won't do it very well and it will be against our values and you will kill the goose that laid the golden egg. So I think we do have to have some balance in it. Where it comes to Taiwan, and I'm a great fan of Mark Esper's and this, you know, I'm probably not quite ready to jettison the one China policy. It's actually served us pretty well. I've often thought that what the United States is doing is trying to make sure that you don't get on either side destabilizing steps. So when we were in office, Chen Shui-bian was going to put out a referendum on independence. And we backed him off that. But now China is the problem. And so we have to do what we need to do to rebalance it, but I think it's a little early to jettison the one-China
So Tom, in the interest of balance, then is it a good idea for Speaker Pelosi to go, or is that too provocative at this point?
Well, I think we have to do an analysis of it, right? I mean, as Condi said, the superstructure that's been in place for 50 years has served us well. It's served all three parties well. It's especially served Taiwan well. It's become a vibrant economy, a vibrant democracy. Second, our policy has been pretty consistent across the 50 years, which is that to enhance and secure stability and prevent conflict in the Taiwan Strait, and to push back against any unilateral steps to change that balance. And I think that should continue to be what informs decisions on Taiwan. We've got dual mandates in the Taiwan Relations Act. We don't talk about the second. The first is to provide for the legitimate defense needs of Taiwan. But the second, and doesn't get talked about enough, is also to ensure that we, the United States, has the capacity to act if, in fact, China undertook an effort to, by force, change the situation in the Strait. So I guess the bottom line, Peter, is I think you'd have to kind of take that all into account, right? And do an analysis, a risk analysis, as to whether it serves the policy or not.
That was an interesting duck. Steve, you have a view on that?
I'm going to straddle the middle. First, look, one of the things that President Bush said was in his Taiwan policy was no unilateral change in the status quo by either side. And if you talk to the Chinese, they say, you Americans have unilaterally changed the status quo, and quite frankly, there are things that we have done that they can point to that would justify that. We would say, quite rightly, and there's a lot we can point to, that China has unilaterally changed the status quo. If you straight line these out, we're headed for a confrontation. So one question that the administration has to turn around is, do you start a conversation with China? What are you doing? What are we doing that bothers you? What are you doing that bothers us with respect to Taiwan? And can we agree to back it down? I think that may be worth doing. But I will tell you, my real worry is that Xi Jinping is committed to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese people. That is the basis of the legitimacy of the Communist Party with their people. He's lost the double-digit growth, which was the basis of his legitimacy with the Chinese people. He's converting to a new one, which is the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. And that includes, in his view, bringing Taiwan under China. If he is wedded to that, and if he is wedded to doing that while he is in office, and if he becomes convinced that unification really isn't going to happen peacefully, I worry that he does a Putin and rolls the dice and really puts a lot more pressure on Taiwan, not across Straits invasion, but a lot of other things he can do through cyber and the rest to undermine Taiwan, destroy its economy, destabilize its currency, destabilize its markets to try to bring it to his knees to make a deal on his terms. I worry about that. So I think, yes, do efforts to try to back down the current confrontation, but we need to be prepared and planning if that does not work.
We talk about talking with autocrats. I just got back from President Biden's trip to the Middle East, where, of course, as you know, he fist bumped with MBS after having promised to make him a pariah. I'm curious, as former national security advisors, is that a trip you would have advised your president to make if he had taken the position Joe Biden had taken?
Well, I think the problem was the first position, because who isn't going to go to Saudi Arabia? I mean, name an American president who's not going to go to Saudi Arabia at some point. So don't say that you're not going to go to Saudi Arabia. You're going to go to Saudi Arabia. It's because of economic reasons and because of stability in the Middle East. And in fact, we have to talk about our values. I hope he did bring up Khashoggi. I hope he did bring up the human rights issues. But it is a Middle East that is evolving in ways that are pretty dramatically optimistic. And I never used the word optimistic and Middle East in the same sentence when I was secretary. But think about it. think about Israel and the Gulf states and what is developing there. Think about the fact that you could actually be at a place where the Arabs end the state of war against Israel, really end it. And why? Not because they've learned to love the Jewish democratic state of Israel, but because the smarter of them have realized that in order to modernize their own economies and not be completely dependent on oil, that they're going to have to deal with the 800-pound gorilla on technology in the region, and that's Israel. And so the dynamics in the Middle East are such that I think an American president going there and promoting and encouraging those dynamics is a very good thing. It's also important because I think it's probably well known to an audience like this. Look, we had some problems with, for instance, the UAE and others. They didn't feel that we were there for them when the attacks took place on November 17th. And so there was some repair work to be done as well. So I think it was a good thing to go to the Middle East. Never say you're never going to do something, because you end up doing it. And I'm still not sure whether a fist pump is more intimate than a handshake.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. Yeah. Anybody disagree with that?
No, I think it was absolutely the right decision to take. But I think Condi's right. Obviously, there are opportunities for the United States in the region. There was work to do on some of the key relationships that had to get done. It is an important region for the global economy. We are, as we talked at the outset of this discussion, working as hard. We need to work very hard on the so-called swing states, right? And the Gulf that falls into that category. There is competition with China and Russia in the Middle East, and we also have a serious security issue in the Middle East, which I think is actually the biggest problem we have in the Middle East, which is the Iran situation.
Let's talk about that, because your administration obviously did seal the Iran nuclear deal. Steve and Condi's administration at least tried. You did have talks with Iran toward the end, I think, that were more fruitful than people remember. Is a deal today possible given everything that's happened, or is it a flight of fancy to think that we can do that? Steve, you want?
I'm skeptical that there will be a deal. I'm skeptical that even if there is a deal, it will ultimately keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. I'm pretty pessimistic about it, and I think we need to start thinking about what the policy is if we in the region are going to have to deal with a nuclear Iran.
What should the policy be if we can't get the deal then?
I think we've got to do a number of things to ensure that Iran does not proliferate that technology. I think we need to do a lot of things to ensure ourselves and our regional allies' ability to protect and defend against any kind of effort by Iran to use that capability. And we need to have the kind of presence that would deter Iran from even trying.
So President Biden said to Israeli TV before going that he would use force as a last resort. I don't think he said it quite as openly as that before, although that's been the implication for many administrations. Is that where we're heading?
I think so. I think that basically, again, the United States needs to undertake every step it can to deter Iran from going the final steps to acquiring a nuclear weapon or a nuclear weapon capability. I think we also need to be working with Israel to ensure that Israel has the capability to deal with an Iran that's proceeding towards a nuclear capability, and we need to be prepared to act. I think, well, which is why this is a very dangerous situation.
This is a great way to end it in some ways, because we're about to hear from their successor, who actually has to make all these decisions. It's great to be up here and not have to make them, right?
Sure is.
But now it's Jake Sullivan to tell us what's really going to happen and to answer all these really hard questions and save the world. So thank you guys very much for taking your time and sharing your wisdom with us today. That's good, though. It's all right. I think that's the right call. I was a little bit sorry.
Oh, better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take your seats. You are now in for a treat, really one of the highlights of this conference. It's on day 4 of the Aspen Security Forum. We are very lucky to have with us Jake Sullivan, who's the current Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. Jake, of course, is just back from a historic trip with President Biden to the Middle East. He'll be telling us all about that. He wrestles on behalf of all of us in long meetings with his Chinese counterpart, Yang Jiechi, and others. I think the last ones you called candid, in-depth, and possibly productive, so that's good. We'll hear about that. And Jake is also known for his preternatural ability to function without sleep. So we are enormously grateful for him to taking time out of what must be the busiest schedule in all of Washington, D.C. to be with us. And there's no one better to interview him than Jeff Goldberg, who, of course, is the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Jake, for how much sleep did you get last night? Not enough. Okay, that's good for me. It's bad for you. But we'll go right into it. We have a relatively short amount of time to cover every known subject. And I'll give you the choice. Do you want to start with the easy stuff or the hard stuff?
Let's start with the easy stuff.
Okay, Afghanistan. I'm kidding. We'll warm it up. We'll warm it up. Let's talk about Anya mentioned the trip. Let's talk about the trip. What did you think you got out of that trip?
Well, first, just to take a step back and put the trip in context for a minute. It's always good to answer a direct question by saying, let's take a step back and put it in context, I suppose.
I'm familiar with all of your tricks,
exactly.
by the way.
But, you know, this trip came on the heels of trips the president took to the Indo-Pacific, where he went to Korea and Japan and met with the Quad, and then to Europe for the G7 and a historic NATO summit. And following that, he went to the Middle East for meetings in Israel, the West Bank, and then with 9 Arab leaders, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, plus Egypt, Jordan, and Iraq. And what I would say at the end of that stretch, basically 9 weeks of intensive presidential travel, in the middle of which he hosted the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. You know, we've planted the American flag quite firmly in terms of our leadership and engagement in the 3 most strategically consequential regions of the world, one of those being the Middle East. And as the president said on his way in, he's determined in this time of geopolitical competition, with all the turbulence that we're seeing, not to leave a vacuum in the Middle East for China or Russia or Iran to fill. And I believe the biggest thing we got out of this trip was a platform upon which to build our engagement for the rest of his presidency and beyond to achieve that strategic purpose. There were more specific issues related to everything from sustaining and deepening the Yemen truce to taking the first overt historic step towards normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia with the opening of Saudi airspace to Israeli commercial aircraft. There were commitments that the Gulf countries made to support the president's global infrastructure initiatives in 5G, and very constructive discussions on the energy question, which I know has preoccupied many people here in the audience. So there were tangible gains out of this trip, but I think any one of those misses the larger picture, which really is about the United States stepping up to ensure that a strategically vital region of the world is a region that is going to ultimately be one where interests are running in our direction rather than against us.
But let's talk specifically about the most controversial aspect of this trip, the MBS meeting. President Biden called him a pariah earlier, and then went to meet him. Was it a mistake to call him a pariah?
Well, I think what's interesting about the way that this has been covered is that time seemed to stop between his debate comment in October of 2019 and him traveling to Saudi Arabia in July of 2022. A lot happened in between. In fact, when President Biden came into office, in the first 60 days in office, he made a fundamental strategic judgment, and the administration announced that judgment. It was a judgment that we were going to recalibrate but not rupture our relationship with Saudi Arabia. And so this wasn't a decision that he made in the weeks leading up to this trip. This is a decision he made taking a sober look at the world as we saw it coming into office. And yes, that means reversing the prior administration's blank check policy. It did mean cutting off offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia and really pushing hard to help get what is now a fragile but extended truce, the longest period of peace that we've seen in Yemen in 7 years. And a year ago, we were talking about Yemen as the worst humanitarian catastrophe on the planet, with thousands of civilians dying from violence and starvation. And now we have had 3 going on 4 months of fragile but real cessation of hostilities. And he also said all along that he was going to ensure that human rights was a critical part of the agenda. And right at the top of the meeting with the Crown Prince, he raised the issue, both the direct issue of Jamal Khashoggi and his brutal and grisly murder, and the broader issue of human rights as well, and let the Crown Prince know exactly where America stood on the issue.
You barely left Saudi Arabia. The Saudis were already denying what had happened in the meeting and kind of being a little bit disrespectful toward the president. Now, that's why I'm asking what actually came out of this, and why did they deny what you heard the president say vis-a-vis Khashoggi, but the larger picture on human rights?
Well, I would characterize it a little bit differently. The Saudi ambassador was quoted in Peter Baker's newspaper, who was just up here doing the previous panel, saying Joe Biden raised the issue. He raised it up top. He was direct about it. The Saudis made no bones about that fact, actually. They also put out what the Crown Prince's response was with respect to how, he raised a series of issues related to U.S. foreign policy over the past few years. So I don't really accept the premise of the question. And I think if you look at our major strategic objectives in the Middle East relative to stability and peace, whether it's to do with Yemen or Iraq's integration into the region or Israel's integration into the region, whether it's to do with energy and the free flow of energy and sufficient energy supplies to protect the global economy, whether it's to do with these countries betting on the United States and not another outside power when it comes to the future of technology and 5G. You go down the list, and the actual outcomes of this meeting were not just a bunch of words. They're real commitments for us to work together on these issues. But I'm not going to tell an unalloyed positive story about it, because we do have real and deep concerns that the president expressed to the Crown Prince directly about both actions past and present. And we do have issues on which we need to find ways to close the gap in perspective, and that's going to be ongoing. But part of the reason you go on a trip like this, Jeff, is because there is no substitute for direct diplomacy for the United States to effectively advance its interests. The president believes that passionately and frequently speaks about the importance of engagement at the leader level, and the Middle East is no exception to that. And that was true with the Crown Prince, but it was also true with several of the other heads of state and government that he was able to meet on the trip.
Just one more question on this. So putting aside the quotidian but serious and continuing complaints, worries that the United States has about the Saudi human rights record, are you confident now that MBS won't do this again? Won't go after critics, dissidents, the way he went after Khashoggi?
You know, the night that President Biden did his extended meeting with first the King, King Salman, and then the Crown Prince, he actually came out and did a press conference where he read out the meeting, talked about the conversation about Khashoggi, and also talked about the series of agreements that we had reached. And in the question and answer session during that, he was asked this exact question. He was asked, can you promise us that this won't happen again? And the president, it's worth looking at his response, because it was very human, it was very direct, it was very Joe Biden. He said, of course, I can't make a promise about what someone else is going to do. I can only make a promise about what the United States is going to do. And I made clear in no uncertain terms what would transpire in the event that anything like this happened again. But so all I can say is what the president said that night. I can't characterize my level of confidence about what another country will choose to do in the future. What I can say is that we went with the intention, President Biden went with the intention to make very clear where the United States stood. That is exactly what he did while he was there. And now we will have to carry this relationship forward while watching not just words, but actions.
Because I'm a masochist, I'll try one more time. No. It's because this is serious because you have direct exposure to very fascinating world leaders. We'll talk about some others as well. I'm asking what you think about MBS. Do you think that he is the unstable, authoritarian, thin-skinned dictator that the Washington Post and well beyond the Washington Post believe, or do you think he's capable of growth? We're understanding this in the context of this guy could be running Saudi Arabia for 50 years. So I'm just asking your own impressions of being directly involved with him on numerous occasions, not just this last visit.
So I will say that I have made it a point from taking this job to reserve my personal opinions about other world leaders. That I don't think is like something that should factor into U.S. foreign policy in a significant way. And so I'm afraid that I'll keep my own counsel in terms of answering that question. Sorry.
You'll write it for The Atlantic eventually.
Exactly.
Thank you. Let's talk about Ukraine a bit. Give us your analysis of Russia's campaign to date, where you've been surprised, where you're not surprised, and maybe if you could talk about what you and the president would consider to be success. What does success look like in Ukraine? And I don't mean just success from the Ukrainian perspective, but what conditions would have to obtain for you to feel like the West has gotten the better of this situation?
Well, so first on the question of how we've watched this unfold since it began and what was surprising and not surprising, I have to acknowledge up front that it was the assessment of the American intelligence community who did just a masterful job of ferreting out, describing, and then disseminating what the Russian plans were. But it was their judgment that Russia would be significantly more capable and significantly more successful on the battlefield, taking territory as a military that had kind of built itself up in the world's estimation as a first-rate global power military. And in fact, Russia was not able to achieve the basic strategic objectives that President Putin set out, which were to seize the capital city of Kyiv and to end Ukraine as a going concern. And instead, the Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv. They beat Russia back from Kharkiv. They stopped Russia from being able to make a bum's rush to Odessa. And they essentially stymied the Russian effort to get beyond a swath of territory in the south and east of the country. And now we're in a circumstance in which Russia is facing significant difficulties constituting the kind of force necessary for them to achieve the objectives, which have not fundamentally changed, but the gap between their capabilities and Putin's objectives has grown with each passing month. And that has been an enormous credit to the bravery and skill of the Ukrainian military, the resilience of the Ukrainian people, the leadership of Ukraine's president and those around him who galvanized international support in the early weeks and months. And it's also a credit to the fact that we have provided an enormous amount of sophisticated weaponry and training on that weaponry to give Ukraine the capability to achieve those military successes against the Russian army. Now, from the point of view of what we see as success, first, our view from the point of view of Ukraine itself is that we want to see a sovereign, independent, viable Ukraine that emerges proudly from this and can repel any future Russian aggression. What exactly the terms of any diplomacy are, and President Zelensky himself has said that diplomacy is ultimately going to have to be part of the resolution of this, that is for the Ukrainians to determine. For us, our job is to put the Ukrainians on the strongest possible footing on the battlefield so that they are in the strongest possible position at the negotiating table. Beyond that, we have two further objectives. One, to ensure that Putin is stymieing in his goal to weaken and divide the West, And I believe that he has so far gotten the exact opposite of what he sought, which is a more purposeful, more united, more determined, and more capable NATO alliance than at any point in modern memory. And I also believe that that we have staying power, despite what a lot of people raise questions about. They raised those questions 6 months ago. We proved them wrong. They raised them today. I believe we will prove them wrong. And second, we believe that it is our strategic objective to ensure that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not a strategic success for Putin, that it is a strategic failure for Putin. And that means both that he be denied his objectives in Ukraine and that Russia pay a longer-term price in terms of the elements of its national power, so that the lesson that goes forth to would-be aggressors elsewhere is that if you try things like this, it comes at a cost that is not worth bearing. And that is part of what we are trying to accomplish in this as well.
Let's talk about your efforts to help Ukraine win on the battlefield. Obviously, supplying huge number of weapons. But I know from talking to him that Yermak, among others, you seem to have a daily phone call with Yermak where he gives you a shopping list of things that they need. Do you accept the Ukrainian criticism that the U.S. is not supplying enough and fast enough? And let me add on to that, since you're already going down this road, why not long-range drones?
So I accept that if I were sitting where my counterpart or President Zelensky were, I'd be doing exactly what they're doing. I'd be asking for more, faster. Who wouldn't, who is a patriot for their country? That's their job. Our job is to provide everything that we can on a basis that is specifically targeted to the military objectives they're trying to pursue, that is sustainable from the point of view of their capacity to absorb it into their military, that is sustainable from the point of view of us being able to train them up on systems that are highly sophisticated and need to be used and maintained effectively, and that bring along the entire alliance as well. So we have a number of factors that have to go into it. Do I believe that we have undersupplied the Ukrainian military? I do not. I believe that the United States' speed, scope, and scale of military assistance to Ukraine is an absolute testament to the logistical capacity of the U.S. military and, honestly, to the surprising political capacity of the U.S. Congress to come together on a bipartisan basis and put forward the resources to get this done. But we have moved billions of dollars of equipment at what by any kind of reasonable historical analysis would say is lightning speed, and we will continue to do so. There are certain capabilities the president has said he is not prepared to provide. One of them is long-range missiles, ATACMS, that have a range of 300 kilometers, because he does believe that while a key goal of the United States is to do the needful to support and defend Ukraine, another key goal is to ensure that we do not end up in a circumstance where we're heading down the road towards a third world war. And so for a system like that, the president has said, I'm prepared to give you sophisticated precision-guided munitions for these HIMARS that have been used to great effect, but I'm not going to give the long-range missiles. We have, in fact, contracted for multiple different kinds of UAVs for Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. UAVs for us, from our perspective, are an essential part of this fight, are very much consistent with Ukrainian doctrine of what they're trying to accomplish, and the United States has directly supplied them and has helped facilitate other countries to supply them as well, and they've been used to very good effect.
How worried are you about the American people's staying power on this issue? Granted, there are no American troops involved, but we do have a short attention span. The war has become grinding in a kind of way. Do you worry about criticism that we're spending billions and millions of dollars to support Ukraine and not spending it here?
It's my job to worry, so I worry about literally everything. I worry about my answer to this question. So yes, I guess I worry, but in a way that's sort of not saying anything at all.
This is the being John Malkovich portion of our session.
But fundamentally, no. And I think it's very important for Putin to understand what exactly he's up against from the point of view of the United States' staying power. Number one, Congress passed a $40 billion package for Ukraine, of which a substantial amount remains, and we are working on a month-by-month basis to move weapons at a pace, as I said before, that the Ukrainians can actually absorb and get out onto the battlefield with trained personnel to deploy them. That can go on just on the basis of what we have already had allocated to us in resources for a considerable period of time. And then I strongly believe that there will be bipartisan support in the Congress to re-up those resources should it become necessary. Does that mean that there is the same level of intensity in the American public as there was in the early weeks of the war? Is it on TV 24/7? No. But is the reservoir of support in this country, as translated into the Congress and the executive branch, deep and sustainable from the point of view of doing whatever it takes for, as the president has said, as long as it takes? Yes. And I actually believe that that is basically true, despite the difficulties that Europe is facing on energy, for the major European countries as well. And you see, actually, in a way, the issue today is not wavering of public support for Ukraine, but still upward pressure on governments there to do more and to supply more weapons and to go further with respect to sanctions. And you just saw the European Union take yet another step with its 7th package of sanctions this week alone, at the very time that all the headlines are saying somehow there's flagging interest in this issue.
How worried are you about the physical safety of President Zelensky now?
I thought I'd coached you with the previous question not to start with how worried are you, because my answer is
Jake,
worried. Worried.
As you know, I'm uncoachable.
I'm worried.
But go on.
No, I mean this is
compared to where you guys were in February.
It's
I want to know
obviously,
if it's,
and it's not something to make light of, because President Zelensky's personal safety is something that concerns us. This is a leader in wartime, dealing with an opponent, an adversary, an enemy in Russia that is ruthless, brutal, and capable of just about anything. So it is a concern. President Zelensky takes the precautions you would expect to protect himself, to protect continuity of government in Ukraine, and we are trying to help and facilitate that in any way that we can.
China, Taiwan. Is there a possible, and this came up in an earlier panel I heard, possible that one of the problems you might be facing in the near future in terms of supplying Ukraine with weapons necessary for its defense, that you're also trying to buttress Taiwan with many of the same kinds of weapons? The second part of that is the larger question, the porcupine strategy. Is Taiwan ready right now to repel a Chinese attack?
So on the first question, one of the things I've learned a lot about in the last 18 months is every form of artillery munition, coastal defense system, naval mine, that is produced on Mother Earth, not just American systems, but European systems, Soviet systems, and so forth. And there are longer-term questions about ensuring that our defense industrial base, the American defense industrial base, and our allies' defense industrial base can be put in a position to be able to sustain the kind of security assistance that we are going to need to keep supplying Ukraine, as well as Taiwan, as well as ourselves, to ensure that we are maintaining a proper level of deterrent. That is going to require increased investment, increased workforce development, increased emphasis on supply chains to ensure that components are not being cannibalized and that all of the necessary types of systems, especially munitions, are getting created in sufficient numbers. I believe that particularly under the leadership of Deputy Secretary Hicks, we have a good strategy for that. We're working it. There are some overlaps between the systems for Ukraine and the systems for Taiwan. There are also some big differences because the nature of the contingency or the conflict be quite different from land war in Europe and a potential contingency across the Taiwan Strait. So it's not a one-for-one trade-off between those two, except for with certain types of capabilities. with respect to the porcupine strategy, one of the things that the United States has tried to do over multiple administrations, but that we have accelerated dramatically over the course of the past 18 months, is to try to ensure that in our defense and security relationship with Taiwan, we are focused on those capabilities that are going to be most useful in the kinds of contingencies we can expect, and not just rely on systems that they've had around for a very long time. A lot of people talk about whether China is learning lessons from Ukraine, and it's a very interesting question, and of course they are. And some of those lessons, I think, are concerning, actually. But not as many people ask, is Taiwan learning lessons from Ukraine? And you can bet they are. They're learning lessons about citizen mobilization and territorial defense. They're learning lessons about information warfare and how to set the information space. And they're learning lessons about how to prepare for a potential contingency involving China. And they're working rapidly at that. And as part of our approach, which is, as you know, rooted in the One China policy and the 3 joint communiques and the 6 assurances in the Taiwan Relations Act, is to have this defense and security relationship where this question is a part of our engagement with the Taiwans.
Could you just pause on something you said a moment ago? What are the lessons that China is learning that most concern you from the Ukraine? You just mentioned the concerning lessons that they're picking up.
Well, I think that you can look at what Russia has done in Ukraine and say a much bigger country and much bigger military has gone after a much smaller neighbor with a much smaller military and not achieved its objectives, and say, hey, maybe we should completely rethink this. I think our view is it's more about how do we do it better than if we had to do it. I'm not predicting anything, but then, oh man, we should completely rethink this entire thing.
If the West wins in Ukraine, you think China no longer contemplates invading Taiwan?
The way I look at this is it's never as simple as that, ever, because countries, I think these kinds of analogies and this question of credibility in one part of the world translating absolutely to decisions in another part of the world, no, I don't think it's as simple as that. But do I think it would have an impact? Yes. And I do think that part of our objective in Ukraine has to be able to show strength, resilience, staying power, canniness, capability, because that will have some impact on our ability to effectively deter others elsewhere.
You spend a lot of time thinking about China strategic perspective. Give us your view now of the competition between the U.S. and China. I have a feeling you're feeling a little bit better about it than you were maybe a year or two ago, but go into this.
Yeah, so look, I think we came into office, I think there were sort of 3 basic strategic facts that we were looking at. The first is that China, Beijing, the PRC was presenting a bit of an inevitability narrative. China will inevitably surpass the United States as the world's leading power, and equally importantly, the United States is inevitably in decline. That was an important part of the Chinese strategic logic being peddled in the Indo-Pacific, but frankly, globally. The second is that the next decade is a decisive decade in terms of capabilities across the board, military, economic, technological, soft power. And the third is that no matter what happens with the trajectory of our 2 countries over that decade, we are going to have to live with one another in the international system and have some terms upon which we deal with one another. So those were the facts that we came in with, upon which we had to build a strategy. And so the strategy that we put forward was really somewhat boring, straightforward, but I think ultimately has put us in a better position today than we were when we inherited it. And it came down to invest, align, compete. Invest in the sources of American strength, and with any luck in the coming days, we will make a big step forward on that with this bipartisan innovation agreement that will help with the industries of the future. Align with allies and like-minded partners, and from the Quad to AUKUS to the G7 to the Trade and Technology Council with the EU to this most recent trip to the Middle East, I think our alignment and convergence around the challenge posed by China is at a high watermark. And then compete effectively across all of these domains, but don't let competition unintentionally drift or trip into conflict or a new Cold War. That is how we have tried to approach things. I believe that we have hit our marks in terms of what we set out, and 2 days ago was the 18-month point of this administration, and I think in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, in the Middle East, as we look at the global competition with China, I think we are well positioned to be able to effectively deal with it. And the last thing I would say on the inevitability narrative is, it is never a good bet to bet against the United States of America. And if you look at the headwinds China is facing from the point of view of economic challenges, its continued effort to deal with the zero COVID policy, I think there are real questions about what exactly its trajectory is going forward, and that is something countries both near and far from China are having to factor in.
One more thing on this. The president is known on occasion for making off-the-cuff statements that then are debated. Are they policy? Was it an off-the-cuff statement? And so on. The president has said, I believe 3 times, that the U.S. will come to Taiwan's defense in the case of an attack. Is that formal U.S. policy? In other words, one of the huge differences between Ukraine and Taiwan might be this fact.
So the president said in Japan that our policy has not changed, that we maintain a policy of strategic ambiguity, and we do. And you know, when it comes to Taiwan generally, and there are people here who've been dealing with this issue for decades, every administration's Taiwan policy, both its declaratory policy and its actual policy, has contained multitudes. Many different sentences that you look at collectively and say, how do those all fit together? But somehow that ambiguity, that creative tension within the policy has allowed us to maintain peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait for multiple decades across multiple administrations. So the direct answer to your question is no. As the president himself has said, our policy has not changed, and we maintain a policy of strategic
I'm periodically reminded that you are a debater when you just elevate incoherence into a policy.
Well, I will make this point, that people often put the word strategic before something, you know, as a way of making it sound good. Like strategic patience kind of means we don't quite know what we're doing, but we're going to be strategic about waiting a while to figure it out. And strategic ambiguity means we don't want to be super clear, so strategically we're going to be ambiguous, and so on and so on. So I acknowledge that to a certain extent.
Let's move to a strategic conversation.
But there is, I will say it, you know, this is not just true in international affairs. It's true in many different realms of human life, that I wouldn't call it incoherence, but I would say ambiguity has to be a feature of strategy in certain contexts, particularly very complex concepts. And yes, I will stand to defend that idea conceptually.
Noted. Let's go to. I want to talk about Afghanistan for a minute. We're coming up on a year anniversary of the withdrawal, and I was rereading, and I suggest everyone read this, not for self-interested reasons, but Jake wrote a very, very interesting long piece in The Atlantic in the beginning of 2019, I think, on, among other things, American exceptionalism and making the case for an enlightened kind of an exceptionalism. In the course of that, you wrote that the purpose of foreign policy, American foreign policy, is to defend and protect the American way of life. I was thinking about that in light of Afghanistan and the withdrawal and subsequent events in Afghanistan, mainly the closing of girls' schools, the suppression of women, and so on. And I'm wondering if you could talk about any regrets that you may have about what happened and the consequences months later for some of the most vulnerable people in Afghanistan, and how you're thinking about that today, and what mistakes might have been made, or if you think that everything that happened is just inevitable.
So look, I just gave an answer about strategic ambiguity, this and that, very kind of abstract, high-minded stuff. But I think your question about Afghanistan is a good reminder, and it's something I try to remind myself every day, and I know that Tom and Condi and Steve, who were up here before, probably did the same in their job. This is a human job. And the decisions we make have impacts on human beings. And that is something that is never lost on me. And I'm one of those human beings that has an impact on me. And when I see the closing of girls' schools, I think that is a horrible thing. And watching the images of the withdrawal was obviously painful, difficult. But I believe that the president's fundamental judgment, which was that after 20 years of war in Afghanistan, choosing a course, which was the alternative course, to intensify our engagement, go back to war with the Taliban, lose more American life over more years, could not be justified on the basis of trying to sustain what we had done in Afghanistan. It had to come to an end. And there are human consequences to that we have an obligation to try to deal with through means other than the deployment of large numbers of US forces. The same way we try to alleviate similar kinds of grievous atrocities and repressive policies the world over without going to war. And that includes a range of tools that we have, and that doesn't mean we succeed in every case. And obviously, the situation in Afghanistan, particularly when it comes to issues like girls being able to go to school, is not where we want it to be. But at the end of the day, the president's view was that we cannot stay at war indefinitely with the United States fighting and dying to try to hold Kabul and other significant cities in that country. And it would mean bearing some human cost to not do that. But those are the tough judgments the president has to make. And 1 year later, I think the president feels that the decision that he made was the right decision for the American people and the right decision for how we can position ourselves to be the best and most effective contributor to the global public good across a range of issues involving a range of geographies.
One quick follow on that. Didn't the late stage American involvement, engagement in Afghanistan show that small numbers of troops could actually create a kind of backbone for the rest of the country? I mean, you didn't have that many troops in Kabul, outside of Kabul, in the months, even years leading up to the withdrawal.
That's absolutely correct. And why was that? Why were we able to draw down to such a small number of forces, and why were they able to operate with relative safety? It's because the previous administration struck an agreement with the Taliban. And that agreement said, we'll stop attacking you, you can draw down your forces, and you need to leave by May 1 of 2021. You need to leave. That was the policy and the agreement. Whether we would have negotiated that same agreement or not is another question. That was the agreement that President Biden inherited when he came into office. So his choice on May 2nd was not keep 2,500 troops in peace in Afghanistan and everything will be just fine. That is a fanciful concept. His choice was go back to war with the Taliban, where we would have had to flow in more forces and increase our level of involvement in the country and increase the exposure of those troops to death and injury, or draw down, follow through on the agreement the previous administration made. This idea that we could just sustainably stay there indefinitely at basically no cost is the kind of counterfactual that, people can sit around and talk about, but at the end of the day, it was not the reality that the president confronted when he had to make this very hard decision.
There are many other subjects, regions we could talk about, Iran among them, but I'd rather ask in our few remaining minutes to have you talk a little bit about what you've learned in this role for an audience of many, many security professionals. I think back to the piece that you wrote in 2019, very, very excellent piece, edited very well, by the way, I have to say. You had a vision for what a restoration of America's role in the world could be, and it's too complicated to go in a few minutes. But I'm wondering, when the rubber met the road, when you actually took this role, what have you learned about the realities, the difficulties of enacting, to borrow a word, a coherent, idealistic, expansive American foreign policy?
Well, one thing, I've learned what a supply chain is, and I say that kind of lightly, but it is remarkable how the very notion of supply chain resilience was simply not a central topic of conversation in the national security space before COVID. Now it implicates everything, from our capacity to lead on the industries of the future like EV batteries, to our ability to continue supplying Ukraine with 155 ammunition or Gimlers, to our ability to ensure that China doesn't actually dominate massive tracts of the global economy through basically buying up not just rare earth minerals, but many other types of important minerals from the Americas, Africa, and elsewhere. Actually, that factor, the factor of how we need to up our game in terms of the United States being able to take advantage of our immense capacities to get, to compete with China on supply chains, on infrastructure, on Belt Road, that whole set of things, we were on the sidelines of that. And it has set us back strategically, and this administration has made a major push to try to catch up. That was not something I really contemplated back in 2019. It has become a big focus of ours now, and we think we put some points on the board. We've launched this new partnership for global infrastructure and investment. We are working hard to map the global supply chain and fix it, and that all sounds kind of anodyne, but it is so elemental to our ability to succeed strategically and economically in the world, and it's something that I walked into this job basically waking up to because of what happened with COVID-19.
I guess this is what happens after 2 years of reality. I asked you to talk about American exceptionalism. You talked about supply chains, which maybe are
Sorry,
exceptional.
I thought you asked one. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
No, it's fine. But go to part two of the question. Talk about America's role in the world especially post Russia invasion of Ukraine.
Look, I mean, we were just at a NATO summit in which Finland and Sweden were invited to join, two historically neutral countries that the president began reaching out to last fall, that within 24 hours of them going out and making their historic announcements in their capitals, their request was, can we come to the United States and stand with Joe Biden, stand with the American president? And when you go to these summits, even the most recent one we just held with the GCC +3, we get down on ourselves a lot, and we have a lot of challenges here at home and plenty of challenges that keep me up at night abroad. But the basic attributes and capacity of the United States, our value proposition in the world, is profound today, and it will be profound 10 years from now. I truly believe that. And I think a little bit of what we all collectively need to think about is how confidence is a commodity. It's something that we have to nurture and carry and display. And one of the things that Russia-Ukraine, I believe, has done for the U.S. and U.S. foreign policy is not just positioned us to lead the Western alliance in the Euro-Atlantic region, but it's had global reverberations. Countries around the world are looking at what the United States, NATO, the G7 has done in response to that and said, wow, that is a group of countries led by the United States with genuine capacity, and that should be taken note of. And that gives us an opportunity, not just in geopolitical competition, but to deal with the great challenges of our time, food security, climate, pandemics, to make a difference, to harness that for an agenda much broader than the immediate crisis that we're facing on the European continent. That's how I sit here feeling today at 18 months. Plenty of problems. I think those problems also get plenty of attention, but a lot of huge opportunities for Americans.
Let me just, one last follow-up on this, and again, referring back to some of your writing and your thoughts from previous years. One of your worries has been that there's no common story in America, that young people, especially, I'm interpreting this, but especially at the base of the Democratic Party, no longer feel that America has a positive role to play or never thought that it did. Obviously, the invasion of Ukraine has taught many people the difference between a microaggression and an aggression, and that there are people in the world more evil than the president of Oberlin College. But talk about where the next generation of national security and foreign policy thinkers are coming from, and if you're worried about this lack of a coherent, confident story is going to affect America's ability to advance the ideals that you talk about?
Yeah, so, the starting off point for the piece that I wrote in The Atlantic that Jeff is shamelessly plugging.
That wasn't shameless, that was subtle. I could do shameless.
Was, I grew up as a child in the 1980s of Top Gun and Red Dawn and Miracle on Ice. And, I teach, before I came into government, I was teaching students whose touchstone for American foreign policy was the Iraq War and Abu Ghraib and Edward Snowden. And they would look at me like, what are you talking about, man? As I would wax lyrical, as I was just attempting to do a few minutes ago. I think a couple things about that generation. One is that on the major strategic imperative of tackling the great global public goods, there actually is a way to energize and galvanize young people around the United States being a leader on solving the food crisis or the climate crisis and so forth, and we need to keep at that. But I do agree with you that the invasion of Ukraine has also crystallized this idea that there is an example of a direct attack on freedom and what it means for people to stand up and fight for freedom. And I think that has reverberated through the United States in ways that have now left the front pages, but is still there in the mix in a real way. And I think it allows us to have a different kind of conversation going forward about what the United States can do to stand up to try to be a force for good, because the military conflict people are talking about today is not the US's wars of the last 20 years, it's Russia's war of aggression that the United States is working with the free world to fight against. And I do think as a platform upon which to build a national conversation, especially with young people, on the question of America's purpose and power in the world, it gives us a meaningful opportunity to change the course of that conversation. It doesn't mean it's going to be straightforward, because the kind of feeling of the last 20 years is real and it's deep, but there is an opportunity there, and I think we collectively should work to seize it.
Jake, we all know that there are even more enjoyable things to do in Aspen than answer questions about MBS and Ukraine, so we're very grateful for your time and your answers, and thank you very much for doing this. It's really great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jake, for the tour de force around the world. It now falls to me to try to not sum up, but give you some of the highlights of what we've all learned here together over the past 4 days. And I promise I'm going to rise to the challenge of doing it in less than 10 minutes. But first, none of this would be possible without the really important people who made this happen. So first, let me thank our sponsors, Google, the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, McKinsey, Microsoft, MITRE, Red Cell, the Rockefeller Foundation, American Airlines, Intel, and Peraton, all of the individuals, you know who you are, who are giving to our Rising Leaders program and making it possible for these wonderful young people to come out here and be the future of our foreign policy. But most importantly, I'd like to thank all of our Aspen Institute colleagues in Washington, here on the ground, and I'd like my amazing, miracle-producing team at the Aspen Security Forum to please stand up and be recognized. So our director, Neve King, Deputy Director Leah Batunis, Deb Cunningham, Emily Lawrence, Anna Klingensmith, John Purvis, Sarah Koenig, Georgie Kent, Chris Herman, Leo Carter, who's helping out, and Lula Omar. Thank you all so much for working day and night. So I opened this conference on Tuesday with a few headlines, including America's enemies claim victory in the technology race, no easy cure for the American economy, the era of US dominance is finished, the international order is disintegrating. Sounds like the gloom and doom that we've heard over the last few months. But actually, all of those headlines are drawn from previous eras, from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and by the way, the era of US dominance is finished is actually from the early 1980s. So the pessimists have been getting it wrong. When we faced challenges at the United States, did we complain or give up? No. We worked on a bipartisan basis, we innovated, and we created the new structures we needed and came back stronger. And that's a lot of what we heard here in the past 4 days. So I want to give you just 2 themes. One, what we heard about how the US and our friends are already working creatively both in the US government and to evolve and shape a new rules-based order that favors our value. That's theme 1. And 2, that much of this is happening more collaboratively than we think. Republicans and Democrats working together, private sector and public sector, and the US with our international friends and allies. So first, some examples we've heard about how we're innovating. In the Middle East, wow, it was a real note of optimism when Israeli Defense Minister Gantz and Bahraini Foreign Ministry official Al Khalifa discussed the Abraham Accords and how they are just fundamentally changing the security relations in the Middle East. On Russia and Ukraine, MI6 Chief Richard Moore said winter is coming for Russia. He reminded us that they were defeated in the Battle of Kiev. CIA Director Bill Burns explained the ingenious use of intelligence and leaks that he and Avril Haines pioneered to tell our allies that the invasion was coming and get them on board. Wally Adeyemo and Lisa Monaco stood up immediately task forces at Treasury and Justice to freeze and seize the yachts and apparently Fabergé eggs of some Russian oligarchs. Michelle Flournoy lauded the private sector for all they have done to quickly get out of Russia, support their Ukrainian employees and others, and Ann Neuberger told us about how much has been done in collaboration with the private sector to beat back the cyber warfare that Russia is trying there and elsewhere. On China, Chinese Ambassador Qin was willing to come here and engage with all of us, and he says the Chinese government is welcoming strategic talks with President Biden. Secretary Gina Raimondo discussed the CHIPS Act and the additional funding for basic science to the National Science Foundation, which is a really bipartisan effort to reinvigorate our innovation ecosystem. And on technology, many speakers had ingenious ideas for how to compete in the great technology race. Eric Schmidt called for global talks and restraints on the use of AI. Reid Hoffman told us that maybe the US military should stop building aircraft carriers and concentrate on software and drones and other resilient systems. And many others reminded us how much we have to do to get through the valley of death and increase collaboration between private companies and the Pentagon. On our second theme, how are people working together across political parties, private public, and with our international friends? Former Secretary of Defense Bob Gates reminded us that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have accomplished something that no other human being has. They brought Republicans and Democrats together in Washington. Secretary Mayorkas reminded us that the foreign adversaries we have are constantly looking to exploit our internal divides, and that's why we can't let them do it. The Kenyan ambassador to the United Nations, Kimani, talked to us how our Africa policy is strongest when it's bipartisan. And when it goes back and forth between US administrations, he says we get whiplash. Senator Joni Ernst and General Laura Richardson, of course, are at the forefront of the US Senate on the one hand and the Pentagon on the other, engaging on a bipartisan basis with the Global South. Amazingly, Bob Zoellick and Larry Summers agreed on almost everything. And they told us about the need to bring consistency to our fiscal trade and investment policies. We also demonstrated that respectful, thoughtful disagreement is possible in this room. Secretary Esper suggested that maybe it's time to jettison the One China policy, and Condi Rice said, not so fast. Maybe there are some things we need to consider. That's how we get to the right, most thoughtful solutions. And Senator Warner told us that he's part of so many bipartisan gangs in Congress that he thinks he has the tattoos to show for it. And finally, Jake Sullivan reminded us of the unbelievable international cooperation, that Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine has actually gotten him a more capable, united NATO alliance. And on our China strategy, he reiterated what President Biden is doing, investing in the strengths of the United States and aligning with allies, and that is at a high watermark. And he finally said to us, it's never good to bet against the US and our friends. So let me remind you of the Secretary Albright's words that I started us with on Tuesday in her speech marking the 50th anniversary of the Marshall Plan. She said, it's worth remembering, and Steve Hadley, thank you for finding this quote, there is not a page in American history of which we are proud that was authored by a chronic complainer or a prophet of despair. We are doers. We have a responsibility not to be prisoners of history, but to shape history. That's the business we're all in collectively here. We're jointly creating a better, safer, more peaceful world. And it's a mission for all of us, not just all the great people you saw up here from stage. So if you're in the US government, the executive, the Congress, if you're on the front lines of these issues, thank you. Please keep doing all of the fantastic, often unsung work that you are doing. Our friends who are journalists, please keep reporting these issues with nuance and detail and deep understanding. It's critical that all Americans understand what's at stake here. And all of us in the private sector, please show up. If you're a technology whiz, don't wait. Help build the technologies that keep us safe and work with the US government to do so. And to our rising leaders and many others just beginning your careers, your ideas matter. They're fresh and new. Make them heard, and please commit some of your career to public service. So on behalf of Joe Nye and of Condi Rice, our co-chairs, I want to thank all of you for being here, being willing to learn about these important issues and to contribute your talents. Thank you so much. And now I've been told to say you all have a well-deserved lunch over in the Google tent and at Davis Commons. And save the date, we'll be back here next year in July. Thank you.